Hello everyone, good morning. Okay, let me get everything set up. Let's put this here too. And let's connect the bridge. Let's do that later. Okay, so plan for today is a feature we've been we wanted to implement for Fabman for a while, which is, oh, you know what? I forgot someone important. Oh no, actually I started. Never mind, I did not forget to start Buddy, but Buddy is still wrong, so we should change that. So we're implementing supervision for Fabman. Okay, so that's the plan. Let's see, is Buddy here? Yes. Good. And then we don't need Jai actually for now. Okay, so the plan is the following. We have implemented a new feature, or we started to implement a new feature. Let's do this. Oh, we should start the whole Fabman thing. Maybe let's bring this one back. And let's say that should be all. Because yeah, this is a pretty much, very much cross-cutting feature that affects everything. We want the following. Oh, are we still not up? Yeah, I thought so. Okay. So we have implemented the following feature. Have I already set it up for anyone? I don't know. I think I need to reapply the migrations. Yeah. Okay, now we're ready. We have the following feature. It doesn't make much sense for, let's go to some equipment. This is the, I don't know, which one of the machine is this? So we have a bridge. Let me explain what we're doing today. We have these things, which are what we call bridges for Fabman. This is my development version with a bunch of cables sticking out. I'm going to start it just to see which machine this is paired to. And then we have to make sure that everything's connected here. Yes. Okay, this is the embroidery machine. Not sure if you can see this. So this is the embroidery machine. So on the embroidery machine, we want to say that it requires supervision. And I've done all the UI part and the configuration part and sending the configuration to the bridge and modifying the firmware. So all this should be done. What it means to require supervision is that, as you can read, members need a second member as a supervisor to switch on equipment. That's usually a safety feature that's required in some spaces where there must be some other person present before you're allowed to turn on certain equipment. So in case you get entangled in the machine, or I don't know, something bad happens, that there is a second person who can pull you out or stop the machine and pull you out, or call, I don't know, call paramedics, whatever the requirement is, whatever has happened. There must be someone else present for some machines. And so we added this new thing, requires supervision. And you can say any member can supervise, or we say nope, you must have completed the whatever, let's say the Makerspace 101 training. And then anyone who has completed this training can be a supervisor for you. This is a bit too tight for my liking. This is the resource form. And maybe we want something like, we have class here now. That didn't change anything. Wait, let's do this like that. Oh yeah, this might be not margin affected. Yep. Then let's do it the other way around because it's easier. Let's give it a 2. Okay, so we're gonna say we want a supervisor and they need to be, also does this work if I just select something? Yeah, we switch the radio. Okay, so we save that, and now it says it requires training and supervision. So all of this is done. The things are saved, as you can see, all good. But it doesn't actually, it's not yet implemented in the permission system itself. So we tell the bridge that it needs supervision. The bridge waits for a supervisor key, etc., etc. But then when it comes to actually sending that information to the server to check whether whoever's there is allowed, like whether the user is allowed to turn on the machine and whether the supervisor is allowed to supervise, this check is not implemented yet. And that's on my plan for today. So let's close everything else. I made changes to space. That sounds suspicious. Yeah, that's actually okay. Okay. So this would be relatively easy, except we also have, so the simple way to do this, where are my cards? Nope, these are not my cards. Where did I put my cards? Who took my cards? So I have a couple of NFC cards here, and we have an NFC card reader, and the simple way to do this would be to just swipe your card over the bridge, and then someone else swipes their card, and that's relatively easy to implement. Things get more complicated because of we also have this QR code at the top, not at the top, on the display I mean, and you can scan that with your phone and then turn on the bridge with your phone. And that's implemented via a so-called remote access command. And so in theory, you could have cases like someone swipes their card and then someone else scans with their phone the QR code and confirms the supervision on the phone, or vice versa. Someone uses their phone to scan a QR code and wants to turn on, and then it tells them to wait for supervision, and someone swipes their card. Or the worst case would be Someone scans the QR code, tries to turn on, it says supervision required. Someone else scans the QR code, confirms that they want to supervise, and then we have something that we have never had before, which is you have two remote access commands in flight, in progress at the same time, and both lead to so we need to have, the first one is the user who turns on, the second remote access command is from the person who does the supervision, and we need to separate those apart and do all the handling correctly. And that's going to be a mess because that's nothing I anticipated. Like, the access system is already moderately complicated, and now having suddenly not at most one command per action, but two commands, going from 1 to 2 is going to be a pain. So that's the plan. And I think I want to start with tests, to be honest. Or do we start with the migration? Oh, let's start with tests, but let's do it. The question is, do we want to do end-to-end tests or just do the access system? I think I want full end-to-end tests for this, which is complicated with these QR code things. Yeah, hey void main. Yep, we're doing JavaScript. Exactly. I'm sorry. Has to be done. Okay. Let's start with end-to-end tests. So I would do them in the access API, I think. No. Oop, phone call. Sorry. I'll be right back. Okay. Let's continue. Yeah, I want to do the API tests with remote commands. Let's find a test that does a simple remote command. I would search for something like nonce. Nope. Code. Code is a bad thing. Oh, why do we still have those here? Those should all have been... Oh, no, never mind. All good. All good. I thought I had rewritten all tests that had these kinds of matchers to use a new matcher, but this is not a regular request. This is going via the simulator, so that's okay. But I don't want bridge simulator. I want... oh, it's the bridge command API. Yeah, would be there. So we want, yeah, there's the code. So how do we set this up? We say, where is it? Okay, we're doing Q switch on command. All right, so we're gonna try. Where do we write these tests? Yeah, let's write them here. That's the most complicated test. So we're gonna do for normal bridge. Ooh, API key bridge, no. Okay, for normal bridge, we're gonna duplicate this fun. But that means we might wanna do a different setup. Whatever. I'm just gonna copy this whole thing for now. Boom, spam. And we say for wait, does this cause problem that we have two commands active in parallel? I don't think so. This is a really complicated feature. That's why I haven't implemented it. Why I haven't implemented it so far. It doesn't sound too hard, but it messes with pretty much everything. Okay, we were gonna say for a normal bridge for a resource. I can't type, but that's nothing new. That requires supervision. Yeah, and we have to set that up. Interesting is that we do this here. Why do we do this here and not in the... Oh, because you also test activate without nonce. Okay, that's irrelevant for us. Switch off is irrelevant. Yeah, okay. We're just gonna create a new bridge. I'm basically copying a bunch of this. Bam. This is gonna be copy org. So we need let supervision resource, let supervision so we need those two. We need to create a supervision package. Not package, sorry, training. And then we need to have a supervision. Is it user or member? What do I need to switch on with nonce? And then over here we're gonna say the supervision resource and it needs to be reset. And so we need a member cookie. Yeah, okay, so we're gonna need a supervision member and a supervision member cookie. No, supervision member. Yeah, and a supervision member device cookie. Boy, okay. Oh, I'm using like hey Neochromer. I am using AI for coding to some extent. So the thing I just showed, the new settings and the API part of the new settings, I did this tool assisted, as you might say. But the part I'm doing now, there is no way, like it's so complicated and so hard to get right that no way in hell that, like, I have a good feeling by now what something like Claude Code with Opus is useful for, and where it's just a waste of time to try to get it right with that. And this part of the system is definitely like, the access system is so intricate, and there's so many details and so many different cases, and you have to be so careful how you log things and how you trace things, and there are so many like invariants that you mustn't violate. And this is something that just, I couldn't, like, I don't trust AI doing this. Maybe they can get it right, but then the code is going to be a mess. Like, it's not going to happen. So I did the first part of this feature tool assisted with Claude AI, with Claude Code, and it worked well and it saved me a bunch of time. But then all the changes in the firmware I did by hand, and now this part I'm going to do by hand as well. Like, there's no point in trying to do that with AI. There's one thing we might, like, you could use the AI to do the database migration and to add the UI for showing the super. Like, one more thing we need to do once the access system works is in the activity log, we somehow need to show the supervisor somewhere. The question is, do we show the supervisor with every, like, do we just put it down here every time, or do we just show it in the details where you see main member and supervised by something? But it's weird that you only see it in edit, like, because there's not really a detail view for an activity log. There is, like, we can, like, if it has nodes, I don't know, machine was dirty afterwards. Okay, and the metadata is, I don't know, if you do this, you see this little node here, and you can click on it to get the details here. And this unfolding is way too slow. Okay, whatever. So yeah, we have some interesting that we show metadata over nodes, but over here we do nodes over metadata. That's inconsistent. Why are we doing that? Let's switch that. Let's fix that. That's weird. There might have been a reason for that, but I'm claiming that the reason is invalid. Okay. So we might only show it, like, we might just show an icon here, like a 2-person icon or something, and then when just show the details on hover, because otherwise this list might be spammed, because you probably don't care about the supervisor really, and then just show it as a tooltip, and then also show it in here. So we could, these changes we could leave to the AI if we want, and do the database migration that adds the fields where we record the supervisor, etc. We could do that with AI. Might save us 15 minutes or 20. Yeah. Doesn't really matter. But let's do the hard part. So we're going to set up the test. We want a supervision resource and training. Oh, give me a second. Just close the door because the vacuum cleaner starts his daily. He's walking the beat. Yeah, like making database migrations, etc. That's easy. It's still like, yeah, whatever. It's the trivial part. It saves you typing basically, and then some, like looking up syntax, etc. But it doesn't really matter. Okay, we want, where do we get the device cookie? Here, by giving it the member cookie. Where do we get the member cookie? We're doing, okay, create and join. Good. All of this is going to be the same. We need a training. I'm not sure if we have a fixture for that. Do we have a training course fixture? Okay, good. See, awesome. That's what we want. So we want a training. And it doesn't really matter what the training is for. We can even do it without any resources. Okay, that's number one. And so we need a training course. We need a training afterwards. What else do we need? We don't need a special package. We need a resource. We need 2 members. Let's do it in that order. So we're gonna have supervision resource, supervision member, and well, do we have a dummy member we can use? I think we have one already. We have Mr. Normal Member. Yeah, okay, so we just need 1 member. And what else? And the training course. Okay, and then we need a new simulator. This is the supervision bridge simulator. We need the... We don't need an API bridge. We need the supervision member cookie. And we need the supervision training. We don't need an API bridge. We need the member cookie and yeah. Oh, and they need a package. Do we care about the package? I don't think we care about the package. We do care about the training. Where do I do this? I assume it's member fixture. I'm a bit rusty on this code base since I don't do too much on it anymore. So I don't know where all our rarely used utility functions are. Get trainings, add training, perfect. So we do member fixture, add training. I assume we need the member, yes. Which is, oh, so we have to do this later, of course. The member is supervision. Oh, we need another member, never mind. Good question. Okay, a question just came up in my head. Can admins always supervise? Probably. Because that's generally our rules. Admins can always do everything. So an admin would always be able to supervise even if they don't have the training, because we, like, implicitly, if someone's an admin, we always assume that they have training for everything. Like, that's just how the permission system works. An admin is always allowed to turn on any machine, no matter what. That would mean we need another... do we have a member lying around? We have member, but we're going to need this person as the regular person who tries to switch on, so we need another one. And then we need a cookie for them. Yay. So let's do everything twice. Okay, so we do this, and this is actually a supervision member, and this is non-supervision member, and yeah, one is the supervision member is going to get the training, and the parameters are the member and the training course. And we don't care about when it starts or when it ends or anything. And then we add a package to both members. This is one of the things that that's hard to get right. The AI can do it sometimes. This like, okay, which test data do I really need and what's all the setup I need for that? And it can be, as you see, it can get quite involved, and I wouldn't trust it to get that to do it right, like right. And reworking the code is about as much effort as writing it. Okay, we're gonna set two devices, so we're gonna have supervision member, and this is supervision member cookie, same user agent, we don't care. And this is non-supervision member cookie. Okay, so we have, this is supervision member device cookie and non-supervision member device cookie. And we have a session for the simulator, but it's the wrong one. We want this one. Okay, any other copy paste errors I made? This one is unused yet. These are unused yet. Okay, makes sense. Looks good. Okay, and we're gonna reset these for each. Okay, and then everything else should be pretty much the same. You know what? Maybe we should shadow. I'm gonna shadow the outer variables. I just decided that that's less of a pain. Makes it less likely that by accident use the wrong thing within this sub-test suite. But that means I should... Well, member is fine. We take the member from the outside. So, okay, we'll create an access code, which means basically we create a QR code on the bridge. And then we say this member wants to switch on this device. And we do it twice because only the first one should go through. Oh, that's an ha. Ooh, this is gonna throw a wrench. Damn, this is complicated. I'm not gonna it's hard to explain all details, but the way it works right now is when the bridge gets the first... Oh no, that should work actually. It should work. So the way it works, the workflow is, let's actually try to explain this properly. Okay, so the flow is, we should do a timeline for this. Do I have a good way of doing that? My iPad is not charged, so we have to do mouse drawings. I'm sorry. Give me just 1 second to set this up without leaking anything we shouldn't leak. Boom. Okay. So this might be useful. What's a good program? You know what? No, I have a better idea. This is stupid. We have TL draw, right? I think that's the thing. Yeah. Okay. So I haven't used this in a while, but we'll manage. So we have basically, this is what happens. Number 1 timeline, boom, and supervisor can't I undo? I can't undo deletion? What's wrong with you? Undo doesn't work. You suck. Okay. Okay, and we immediately start fiddling with, yeah, undo doesn't work. Undo keyboard shortcut doesn't work. That's gonna make things annoying. Okay, we might bail on this, and you have to trust me that things are the way I say. So we have a member, we have a supervisor, we have a bridge. We have the we have the bridge, and we have the server. So these are our actors basically. And if the member says, hey, I want to turn on, can I put the text here? So we're gonna do this via the QR code. Actually, so this goes to the server. So we should probably move these. Oh, it's annoying that undo doesn't work. This used to work. Everything gets worse. Always. So the member says switch on with a nonce to the server. So the server creates a command. And then tells the bridge. Okay, I need to remember these. So we tell the bridge, hey, there's a command active. And then the bridge does whatever it does. Normally, in the normal way. No, that's not what I wanted. And it sucks that undo doesn't work. Why does undo not work? This is so stupid. Let me sign on for a second. Okay. Just so things don't vanish. Still doesn't work. Sad. Okay. So we tell the bridge, hey, there's a command. And normally the bridge now checks the nonce. And then if everything's okay, it's going to say, yep, this is the command result. So sends back the command result. And the command result references the command. And so we now know that the command is done. And so we tell back, we tell the member the command result. Okay. Basically. And they see, okay, it's switched on, or nope, the nonce was outdated, or whatever. Pick your thing. Problem is now, when we switch on, so the new flow basically is, fuck, this is annoying that I can't undo. This is very, very, very annoying. So instead of a command result, because the command is still pending, what the bridge does now, if the bridge is set to require supervision, it's gonna keep track of that command. So the reality, let's make it the way it really is. So what the bridge does is it sends a heartbeat. We have a heartbeat. That's basically, so this is a heartbeat. And we always have a heartbeat open. You can think of it as a WebSocket or something. It's actually implemented with long polling, but it doesn't matter. If anything's unclear, by the way, let me know. So we send a heartbeat, and we have always a heartbeat pending. When the switch on comes, the server actually sends a heartbeat response. And this includes the command. Okay, so we have the command as part of the heartbeat response. And so the bridge saves the command if it can't complete it right away. Vibe coding is a terrible idea. AI agent, like I call it tool-assisted development, makes sense in some cases if you know what you're doing. And vibe coding, I mean, like this just YOLO, don't even look at the code thing makes sense if it's a throwaway tool. and you're just interested in the results. If you want to keep the results, the tool around, terrible idea. Okay. As always, it's trade-offs. Trade-offs all the way down. I should get a tattoo that says that. Anyways, so we said we tell, we running out of space already. Nope. But this is important to get right, and it might help me reason about the thing. So we send the heartbeat response, and it includes the command. Okay. Bridge saves the command. Normally just tells it the command result, everything's good. Problem is now we get the command. We cannot complete the command or reject the command yet, because basically we need to wait for a supervisor. So that the member needs to know that we need to wait for a supervisor. So, but we can't complete the command. So I added something, let's call it the command. Basically, I return a special command result. Okay, let's do it like that. I return a command result, but it's just, it's not done yet. Here I say result because I just reuse the same message because it's a binary format and I didn't want to mess with it too much. And we just tell it an update, basically. And the update is we're waiting for a supervisor. And this gets turned into command update over here that the member gets. So now the member knows, oh, we're waiting for a supervisor. Okay, that's how the member gets notified that basically the command is not done. We still see the spinning wheel. I can show you this later. And now the supervisor needs to take action. So we need the supervisor to come and also give it a switch on command, basically. And that means the following needs to happen. We get a fuck. I assume this would work in Chrome, actually. You know what? We should try that. Can I just share this? Yay! Does it work here? Nope, they're just fundamentally fucked. Okay, never mind. So we have this heartbeat. We get a response. As soon as we get a response, by the way, we send another heartbeat. So we send the command. How do we send the command result? Oh, right. Yeah, we send it with the heartbeat. Haha. Extra complicated. So we got our heart. Oh, I want undo. This is so annoying. This is awesome. Okay. So we send, with the heartbeat, we send a command result. That's normally if it's, well, let's say the bridge protocol is complicated by now. But certain command results get sent with the heartbeat. So we send a new heartbeat with the command result update, and we tell it that the command is still, like, this command is not done. It's still sent as a pending command, which means, because if we don't tell it that the command is still pending, we would get the same command back immediately with the heartbeat response, which is what we don't want. So we send the command update and we wait. The heartbeat is still pending on the server, and we update the command, but it's not done yet. So now the next member comes along and tries to switch on the same machine, which means this happens again. We create a new command and send it with the heartbeat response to this heartbeat to the bridge. And now the bridge needs to say, oh, fork. It won't get that. Oh, this is bad. This needs more magic logic. Oh. Because normally, with this test, this is such a, I knew this was a cursed feature. You see here, this is the original test for regular switching on, for normal bridge. we return, like if you have 2 commands queued, okay, you will always get the first until the first command is done. You don't hear about a second command. It's a literal queue. Unless the bridge says the first command is done, it will not receive a second command. It will only receive the first command again. But now we have the following problem, as I just drew. It's good, great. It's good that we did this. We have a pending command. With the heartbeat, we tell it an update to that command, but it's still pending. So if we get a second switch on command by another user, the bridge is not, like this is not going to happen. We don't get the command to the second command to the bridge because we know that there's still a first command pending for that bridge. The bridge hasn't yet completed. So we will not respond with the next command in the queue. And if we send a second command, how does the bridge know that the first command is still valid and hasn't been cancelled? Like we would need to send the bridge multiple commands, which sucks. Like this is always, when you go from there can only be one always to there might be 2, this is like the hardest. Once you have 2 of something, it's easy to go to 5 or 1,000. But if all the underlying assumptions of the system are like there's 1, then suddenly saying, well, sometimes there can be 2 is a pain. Why is the bridge involved that much? Nope. Because the conditions on the bridge, like, the thing is, all of this has to work offline. Okay, not the QR code thing because that requires the server, but if you are, the bridge itself has enough logic to decide some offline capability. Like I can, if I want to prolong my session, which is required for deadman, like we have deadman controls on the bridge, etc. And if the server is suddenly not available, we don't want to shut down when someone tries to say, hey, I'm still here. And this, hey, I'm still here, used to involve swiping your card. Like you have to imagine this system is 10 years old, okay? And it has evolved a lot over 10 years, but the basic thing, like we have new hardware, etc., but all the things still need to work on the old hardware, and everyone who's ever used cards, whatever, it's complicated. We have lots of we try to never break old systems. Like we still support the hardware we shipped 10 years ago, which doesn't have, it has 1 button, not 2. So if you see, wait, where's OBS? Yeah. So we have 2 buttons now, and a stop button and a confirmation button, basically. We didn't have this button on the first version of the bridge. There was just the red stop button. So you couldn't confirm on the bridge without swiping your card. Swiping your card was the same as saying, okay, now sometimes is. And so for that case, swiping your card might be let's extend my session. That has to work offline. So there are certain, basically and their conditions. So basically there's lots of state that's just on the bridge. There might be so the server might send the bridge switch on. It's so complicated to explain. So normally you could imagine doing the supervision feature on the server. So the member, so when you swipe, let's say I said this is the QR code scanning, but it could be the same, that the member swipes their card and then the bridge would send a switch on command. Okay, let's do a duplicate of this whole thing. It says page 1. Can I do a second page? Yes. Okay. I need to reason through this because we might actually need to change things to be more on the server, because I don't want to extend the protocol to have 2 commands in flight. That sounds bad. It seemed simplest to do the supervision on the bridge for now, because it means in the easy, like we're talking about this one is, let's rename it. This one is QR. which is like most people don't use QR. At least that used to be the case. I haven't actually looked at recent statistics, but normally, like the normal case for many, many years was that you switch on with your card. And in that case, switch on command goes like, okay, the member swipes their card. Okay, bam. Now it would be great if undo would work. Okay, bam. Let's move this down. Fuck. How do I do this without going insane? Oh, it has a, okay, it has an interesting selection policy. That actually makes this easier. Okay. So normally the member swipes their card. Okay, I'm not going to put a label on that. Then that means we get a switch on request from the bridge to the server if it can't determine itself whether the user is allowed. Like if it's an admin, it knows already that he's allowed, but normally there's a switch on command to the bridge to the server, and then I want undo so hard. Why does it? Now it selects the line even if I partially cover them, but before it didn't select the lines if I partially. Is there a different? Whom do I need to fire for this? So we get the switch on request, and then the bridge responds to the switch on request with basically an access response. I give this, because this is long-lived, this is a thing that the bridge stores. Gives it an access response that says, is this user allowed to turn on? How long is he allowed to use the machine? Some things. Or it could be no show this message instead, whatever. And this is the normal flow. And then the bridge is allowed, given this access response, which is stored, it's allowed to do certain things autonomously if like network drops or whatever. And then when the user swipes their card again, the whole process repeats. That's the normal thing. And then we still have these heartbeats going to get informed about config updates, etc. In the supervision case, the way it works right now, the way I implemented it on the bridge, like it's not shipped, but the way it works right now is the user swipes their card. The bridge then shows supervision required. Basically, it changes the display into supervision required. And then the supervisor swipes their card. Let's get rid of this. We can always copy it from the other side. Supervisor swipes their card. And then we just send a switch on request to the server with both cards. So if we, let's say this is key 1, this is key 2. So this is how it was envisioned originally, the feature. And then the switch on contains the key 1 and the key 2. And so the server can check, okay, is key 1 allowed to use the bridge? Is key 2 allowed to supervise? And then we send a response. That was the idea. In this scenario, if we wouldn't do the supervision, like okay, I'm now waiting for the supervisor. If we do it the way you just said, hey, why don't you just do it on the server? Suddenly things get, because the switch on and the access response are stateless. Okay, it's simple. The server doesn't need to. I hate this. Okay. If we do the other version, where we contact the server, it would have to look something like this. But it's a good thought exercise. Like, thanks for the question. I'm glad you asked, because at this point, now that I saw this clusterfuck, it's a good time to revisit the key assumptions and maybe change something. So thanks for the question, Kimmy. So if we change this to not have the supervision required basically be a bridge state, okay, so the bridge knows it still requires a supervisor, and then doesn't, because now you can say, oh, if it times out, etc., it's all just on the bridge. It knows when things time out. The server doesn't have to have some knowledge about, hey, there's a pending supervision, whatever. It's just on the bridge. It's local, easy. Okay, it's simple. If we change this so that when the key one gets swiped, let's say it's not bridge driven, this supervision feature. Instead, it's server driven, which is what you suggested. So we would have to send the switch on with the key one as soon as someone swipes. And then we would get an access response, and the access response would say, I would be basically supervision required or something. Fuck, that's not what I wanted. So the access response would say supervision required. Then what? Then we, then the bridge switches to supervision required. And then the second key comes. Okay, let's do it like that. So we get, basically, in the access response, we know supervision required. We show the supervision required screen. And then we get key 2. Okay. And then we switch on with key 2. Maybe we could say, oh, we could do this. Not sure if it makes anything easier, but okay, let's play with this a bit. Can I extend all of these at the same time? Probably not. Let me guess. Oh, that worked. Nice. I mean, I tilted it a bit, but whatever. So what we could do is, the bridge now knows that supervision is required, and it knows basically, and we have the key 1 here still. Like, we know that supervision is required for this key 1. Yeah, if the server, the problem is exactly if the server keeps state is something I want to avoid in this case. Like, the nice thing here, well, let me think about it. This might, the question is what we do in the log. I hate this feature so much already. Okay, so we might punt on this actually. I might have to go back into shaping now with that knowledge, but that's good. It's good. No harm. If I get a second key, I could send both the, hey, this is a key I got, and now I got a second key. Like, I know supervision is required. So I have 1 key pending. I can keep that. No problem. I have it in the access response, actually. I have in the access response because you might, like, things are, like, this is all, like, you must not forget, this is all the, this is the simple case. Because actually it could look like this, okay? We might have, this is what actually is happening. If you take your whole wallet, okay? You take your whole wallet and swipe it over the bridge, we might read 5 keys at once. Because you might have your bank card in there, which also registers as an NFC device, etc. And you might have your, I don't know, Tesla card, or your Walmart certified chips buyer, frequent calorie bonus card, whatever, in there. And so the bridge doesn't know which of those is actually a valid key for Fabman, etc. So you just send them to the server, and the server then says, yeah, this is the access response. And by the way, this was the key we used. Okay, this is what's actually happening. So we might send, wait, where's my B? Okay. We might send 3 keys or 4 keys, and the server says, yep, I know this key, and this is the access response for this key. So we actually know which one of these is the one that was picked. So the bridge knows from whatever this wallet swipe that we had, we're now requiring supervision, and this is the actual key we require supervision for. And then same thing repeats. Someone swipes their, like we show supervision required. Someone swipes their key. We could now send to the bridge the original key, or maybe even the original whatever. If we keep state, we could say, hey, this is the SR1 SR ID, supervision required ID, and the key 2. But I think it's good enough here to just say key 1, key 2. So we have 2 keys from 2 different people, and one is the user, one is the supervisor. And so we can now get the switch on response and switch on. Okay, so far so good. What would that look like? What would that look like in a scenario where one of them does a QR fancy thing? So this is the same. No, we lost the key. Okay. So we get this, we say supervision required. And now supervisor is Mr. Fancy Pants. He doesn't use no key cards. He uses a QR code and says, hey, switch on. Oops. Oh God. Like just not having undo is such a pain in the ass. Like having undo not on the keyboard, I mean, is enough to drive me mad right now. Can I please pick this? Nope, I can't, of course. The web is great. I don't know. I don't have anything installed for drawing this, so we have to. This is actually a switch on. Let's be precise with nonce. Because he scanned the QR code. The QR code contains a nonce generated by the bridge. So the server has a switch on with nonce. And now it does the thing from the first thing where we at least copy and paste works. So we have a heartbeat in progress. Switch on with nonce comes. We use that to say, by the way, here's a heartbeat response. You might be interested in this command. Let's put the heartbeat. Let's be precise. Let's say the heartbeat is still pending from up here. So we get the heartbeat response with the switch on command. And now if the server doesn't keep state, okay, the bridge now knows it's waiting for supervision, and it could immediately send we could do this with key 1 and command. Let's call it com1. Okay. And the server could say, oh yeah, that looks sensible, because I have a supervisor and a regular user. What happens? Like, this seems okay, right? Is there anything I'm missing? I'm glossing over. There could be an arbitrary, yeah, it could be an arbitrary number of keys next to key 2 as well. Doesn't matter. This is perfectly fine. Like the mechanism that filters out keys here could work here as well. That's not the hard part. We're sending a set of keys always, and it's that's not a problem. Like it's an easy problem. Let's say it like that. Okay. What about this one where we have a heartbeat. Someone tries to switch on, let's be precise again, with nonce. And now the difference is, if we're consistent, if the server immediately says, so we say switch on with nonce, we would have to send something to the bridge, and now we're inconsistent between these. I'm gonna copy this instead of the first one. Change of mind. Okay, so here we're gonna change this to say, fuck, I want undo so hard. So here we're gonna say not keys, but switch on with nonce, which would require nonce in theory. Like, we're not gonna be too specific, too precise here. And this means we get a heartbeat response instead of this stuff, right? Oops. Boom, 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 boom. Get a heartbeat response. And the server knows that we're waiting for supervision in this case. Oh, no, it doesn't. Right. We would have to keep state. Okay. We have to keep state. If we want to do this scenario, like here we would have to keep we would have to have a supervision required state here as well on the server. Because otherwise, if we don't do that over here, we don't know whether we should send supervision required or you can switch on. And then it would be client driven again. Oh, wait. Because the nonce might be wrong. We need to, the server doesn't know about the nonce. Okay. Nope. Change my mind. We don't need this. This is good. This is a good thought exercise, actually. I like it. No, the undo is across pages. Fork. Okay. So we send the switch on command. Okay, we get a switch on with nonce from the server. We send a switch on command to the bridge. The bridge now knows. Let's call it CMD1 to change things more. We're by chatting. Okay. I get a heartbeat response with a switch on command. Bridge knows it doesn't have, it's not currently, like, it knows it requires supervision. It knows there's no. That's basically the thing we're doing originally. Oh man. The config the bridge knows that it requires supervision. Yes, that's a flag that's sent down to the bridge. Is the bridge necessary for some connection to an external system, or is it just for this? No, the bridge is the key for, like, bridge is the thing that makes Fabman unique. It integrates with the machines and turns on the machines and collects data about the machine status, etc. The problem is, there's so many problems here. And many of them I didn't think about initially. So let me show you in this what we've drawn already. This one already doesn't work. So the original one was someone with a QR code says switch on. We sent that, like, at this point, okay, what I didn't draw here. At this point, the server checks whether the user is allowed to switch on. If the user is not allowed, we don't even tell the bridge, because all the, hey, is this bridge currently booked? Booked by whom? Do they have the right training for the bridge? Do they have a package? Like, are they paying for being able to use that? Like, it could be that they have a package that only allows them to turn on this equipment on Sundays between 5 and 7. Okay. So all of these checks are on the server, and they happen when someone switches, like, either here at this point. Let me basically here. Let's try it like that. Okay. I could use color here, but I don't think I have shortcuts for colors, and I don't want to go mad. So let's say this means permission check, okay? Whether you do it here, the permission check happens here, and if it fails, we respond to the member immediately. We don't even involve the bridge. with the card, as it happens on the server, well, that's a mess. Okay, with the card, we say you get three keys to the bridge. The bridge sends the 3 keys to the server, and now here is where the permission check happens. Okay, and if it's okay, we send an access response with the key that was okay, etc. If it failed, we send an access response to the bridge to say, I don't know, no, this bridge is currently booked by member such and such. And so we can show that on the display that you're no, we actually don't show by whom it is booked, but we just say, no, it's currently booked. And you get an error on the screen. So this permission system check is not a problem if it's because, let's go back to what we showed. Things are complicated. That's why like anything that touches the access system, like the permission system, is a pain in the rear to change. Okay, so if we say require supervision and any member can supervise, because that's the, or this one, whatever. This means they don't have to be able to turn on the machine. The whole point of this is just there's a second person in the room. They don't have to have training on that machine. They don't have to have, like, if you want them to have training on a machine, you can pick a course that includes the machine here. Don't care. But let's say this one is checked. Okay, so it's just, no, our insurance requires, and our safety guidelines and whatever, require that there's a second person in the room whenever any woodworking machine is turned on, in case your fingers get caught or your hair gets caught in the CNC mill or whatever. Okay, there needs to be someone who can turn off the machine and pull you out. They don't need to have training on how to use the laser cutter or how to whatever. Okay, they just need to be there. They need to have their basic like safety training for the whole makerspace. So if this is turned on, that means anyone can supervise, but not anyone can turn on the machine. So, problem with this one, so if you do this, what we drew here, okay, when the supervisor sends the switch on with nonce command, there's going to be a security check here. Like, do they have the right training for the machine? Does their package allow turning on? Blah, 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 blah. And if yes, then we enqueue a command and send it to the bridge. If we don't know that we're just waiting for a supervisor, we do the wrong check here. Like at this point, we need to know whether currently the bridge is waiting for a supervisor or not. So we have all kinds of race conditions involving timeouts and blah, and fuck. Did I see the new framework keyboard? Why would I care? No offense, but so at this point, to make the combination of key-based and QR code-based access system, to make that work with supervision, the server needs to be aware at all times whether we're currently waiting for supervision or not. Which means we need to send everything to the server, like, I'm waiting for supervision, supervision has timed out, it needs to be synced between bridge and server. And in a way that doesn't involve massive race conditions if they work basically at the same time. If someone... like what if someone... Who's the authority here? That's the problem, basically. I understand the reason for starting things. What? But if you are an employee and you have also an implicit social contract with the employer. No, this is not an employing. This is not about employment. The problem is our software and hardware is mainly used to secure environments where you have untrained people or mildly trained people around. This is for makerspaces, workshops at a university where you have 2,000 students per semester going through your lab, and they need to do their basic laser cutter, whatever. You want them to be able to print their 3D print their whatever. So they get some basic safety training, they get training instructions on the machines, etc. But it's not the same as an employee who works 40 hours a week in that workshop and knows the machines, etc. You have people who are there twice in 6 months, like once when they get the safety training and then once when they actually have to finish their final exam or whatever, or their like deliver their whatever for their class. Or you might have people who got the safety training and then they didn't do anything, and then Christmas rolls around and they make their Christmas presents in the lab. And so in theory they're trained on the machines. In practice they might have forgotten things. They might that's what the whole system is about. Okay. So it looks like the server has to be aware of the current state at all times, which also means the server is the authority on supervision, which means we can't just do it on the bridge, which sucks because it makes the firmware more complicated. It makes the server more complicated. I'm not happy right now. Okay, that means we need to know on the server whether there is a supervision request pending, basically. And then we need to time that out correctly. That's the problem. Like if do we show that in the log? I don't think you want the log spam. So we could do this in Redis. That makes timing it out easier, etc. So this is a mess. Okay, we're gonna get through that. So I guess we have to do this part. We get an access response that says, hey, we're waiting for supervision. Okay, so let's do this proper. We don't say access response, we basically say supervision required, which is a form of access response, but we're more clear here. But how does the bridge know how long this is supposed to? Like I only want one authority on. So I guess we include the time. We say, hey, supervision is required and you have 60 seconds or something. We already do that for other stuff. So we send for how long the bridge is going to show the supervision required. And then that means the bridge on itself can just time that out if it wants. Okay, so we keep this around on the server, and then when we have the switch on with nonce, we can let's do it the other way around. Basically, we can say, oh, is supervision currently required? We can already check whether the supervisor is allowed to supervise. If they are, we're gonna send the switch on with nonce command. We can send the right thing in here, like the switch on with nonce is gonna include the right member, like it's gonna be I won't undo. It's not that bad actually. It's less bad than I thought. Is the good news. Maybe. We'll see when we implement. But basically the response we send here will already be for like, hey, you're gonna switch on as member. Okay? Not as supervisor. All these things. And then basically here we switch on with the command ID. And then we get the access response for the member. Like this is just implicit in the member. So we can say, let's do it like that. We have the command, and on the command we're going to store the member and the supervisor. And so we know that, and we can send the access response for the member, which means the right name is shown, blah, blah, blah. And okay, yeah, let's do the other, like this is version 1. Version 2 is we get a second key. Let's do it all in one. We know that supervision required, like we still have, so this is basically, this is a, no, you know what? This is too complicated. Let's do, boom. Okay. So instead of doing this, switch on with nonce, etc. We get a key to the bridge. The bridge still thinks it probably needs supervision, okay? But the bridge is not the authority. So we're just gonna send switch on with key 2. And then here we have the permission check. And this permission check again can see, oh, there's supervision required. Key 1 is currently pending. Like this member is currently pending. We have key 2, so we can send the access response. This is probably the path of least resistance. Like this actually makes this work. And let's be. So we have supervision required for member here. Let's get rid of this nonsense here. Can anyone still follow me, or have I lost you? Or is any, like no one cares probably. That also solves the problem of what if we swipe, whatever. If, like, you could be nifty, you could be like, let me show you something. What about if you do this? So you swipe your key, server says supervision is required, we show supervision is required, and then you scan the QR code and send a switch on command from your phone. For the bridge, normally, it doesn't know that the switch on command, it doesn't know that it doesn't know basically that a key and a QR code command come from the same member is something only the server knows. So the bridge can't reject this with, hey, no, you need another user or something. We can totally do this here. So basically this check also makes sure that these are two different members. Obviously, if not, we can show a special error. Like, hey, man, you need a second person, not a second way to authenticate yourself. Whatever, it's a minor detail, but it's... So that means we have our we have to introduce some way of holding state of like, hey, supervision is required. And the bridge is gonna show this supervision required UI for a while, but it always does the same. Like, okay, we have this state and we're gonna show it for a while, but if you swipe your key, we're gonna do the same thing we always do. We just send a regular switch on command and wait for a response. And yeah, I think that's actually simpler than what we have right now in the firmware. Like what I already implemented for the supervision, because we have to keep less state on the bridge. And if we send a timeout here implicit, we don't need to get another message to the bridge of like, no, this has timed out. Like either you get a command that tells you to switch on, or you get another supervision required command if it timed out and someone, whatever, sends another one, turns on. I'm just going through all the cases in my head. This might be fine. This might be fine. it's very different from what I thought, but it requires less. It's less of a clusterfuck on protocol changes between server and bridge. It's less state keeping on the bridge. I don't have to handle multiple commands in one response from the bridge or something. Like, this is the better way to do this, and I don't see any problem. Let me reason through all the cases we drew, make sure that this makes sense. So if we do the new thing, so we get a heartbeat, we get a switch on, we send basically a give me a second. I'm gonna redraw this to match that. Nope. That's totally not what I wanted. So we get this. We get a switch on command from a member. We say supervision required. We send with the heartbeat response. We're gonna send the supervision required. We know supervision required here. So this shows up on the bridge immediately, basically. We don't know about any pending command. I'm not sure if we're going to do this as a command or not. Okay. Oops. No bendy bend. And we can send this update immediately. So we tell both the users of support. I'm mixing German in. Awesome. Immediately, not support. I don't think support has already joined the English words that people, like the German words that English people use. We immediately, let me just disambiguate this stuff. Must be fun to see me flailing with the tools. We create this supervision required session here. We send it to the client, to the bridge, so that it knows, hey, you can show the supervision required. Because it might be that someone uses the QR code to switch on and then the admin just swipes their card. So we send this to the bridge that we're waiting for supervision, as in the previous case. And we send the command update back to the member in the browser that, hey, we're waiting for supervision. Okay. And then when the supervisor switches on, we know the supervision required session is still active on the server. We reference that. And then here you get the actual switch on with nonce command. Oh, nope. I already see a problem. I hate this. Oh yeah, we drew it here correctly. Never mind. We drew it correctly here. We need to do this here as well. We don't start the supervision required here. That's wrong. I'll show you why. Actually, what needs to happen is, as I drew it initially. Nope. It sucks that if you copy something, it doesn't land on top, which means you grab the wrong thing usually. Okay, we get a switch on. We have to send this to the bridge to verify the nonce. The bridge has to say, yep, the nonce is okay. So what happens here? I'm drawing this because it's complicated enough that... So we need this, basically. I'm doing this for me, not for you. So we get a command. The bridge verifies the nonce, which is what happens here. So this is another verification step. because this is switch on with nonce, which I didn't say here, but we should. There is a switch on as well, which is unconditional and only from admins, but that's a different story. Okay, we get a switch on with nonce, which is the QR code thing. We send that to the server. We don't check for supervision here, which is another funny twist. Okay, commands gets to the bridge. Hey, switch on with nonce. Bridge says, yup, sounds good. Nonce is okay. Switch on, and here's the command ID. And this is where we get the, wait a second, this needs supervision. So we create a supervision required, and we sent that back. Bam, bam. Too much stuff going on. Too many cooks. Okay, we sent back supervision required. Now we show supervision required. And fuck, that's not what I wanted. And we have and we also have a heartbeat at some point because we got a heartbeat response. So at some point we're going to send a new heartbeat. Doesn't really matter when it happens. So this is, we send supervision required. We get the supervision required session. We have a member attached. At this point we update, because it might be that the nonce is wrong and then we don't even get here. Okay, and that's okay. So we send the command update to the bridge, not to the bridge, to the browser back. Say, hey, like your nonce was okay, it was not timed out, but we're waiting for an admin. And now Mr. Admin comes back, says, hey, I'm here. It's all right. And then we see, oh yeah, this is just a supervisor. So we do the special access check. There is a pending supervision. Fuck. There's pending supervision. So this is okay. Let's do the switch on command. And then here comes the confirmation from the bridge that the nonce is okay again. And then we're actually happy. And then we send the command update to both, because we now have two pending commands. So you get a command update and you get a command update, and everyone's happy. This is going to be fun to implement. Hey, Natsu. This is going to require a couple of attempts to get right. But I think we now have, we have something workable where the nonce gets verified, the supervision thing can be checked by the server, we can time out on the client and the server independently without causing a hiccup, because if the bridge times out like a second too early, a second too late, it's just going to affect the UI. It's not going to affect the actual, what's happening. Hey, Beavis, these diagrams that we just drew, I initially drew them to explain to Kimmy why we're doing things on the bridge. And while I drew them, I was like, oh shit, no, we need to do this differently. And now we've reasoned through all the cases of switching on, okay, for the complete new people, we're talking about this system, which is one of my companies. And it's for managing makerspaces and keeping them, keep making them secure, etc. And making sure that only people who have permission can turn on dangerous equipment, etc., etc. And we're adding a feature that's called supervision, and supervision means that you need two people in the room to turn on certain equipment. You need the person who needs to be able to use the machine, and you need a supervisor, and the supervisor might have to have special training. It might just be, I need a second person in the room who can call the ambulance if you get electrocuted or whatever. So that's the goal. Yeah, and it's freaking like, it sounds not hard. It throws a massive wrench into our permission checks, and we had to reason through it for quite a while now to make sure. Like, I already started implementing it, and now, like, on the final part of the implementing, I realized that we did it wrong, and I need to change things. Even though we thought about this quite a bit, but things are complicated. But this looks like we caught all the cases. This is going to be a bit of a pain. This is going to be, well, yeah. We just need to, like, we need to decide where we save the supervision required, like this, where we store this for now. This is just going to be a Redis thing we check. Are we going to do it in the database? If we do it in the database, are we going to do it in the access log? If we do it in the access log, so if we do the activity, if we do it in the activity log, it would be like, you have this show denied attempts, okay? And you can see that someone tried to turn on this machine and they required training. So we failed, like, it was rejected because they required training. You can see a bunch of pending sessions here. Doesn't really matter. Do we have more? Yeah, here we have, yeah, this was a prepaid member and their balance was too low. Or do we have anything else? Yeah, someone tried on the turn on the vinyl cutter, but it was booked. Things like that. Like, this is all test data. This is synthesized test data from semi-real use cases. Whatever. The thing I need to decide is, do I keep these supervision required things in the activity log and update them? So we basically have a pending session in activity log while we're waiting for supervision. And then if it times out, we fail it explicitly as like, nope, this failed because supervision was required. Or do we just have them as transient things? As like, if someone tries to turn on and they require supervision and no one supervises within time, let's say within 60 seconds, it just vanishes and you don't see that it happened. I'll think about it. I'm going to grab another coffee and think about it. I'll be back in a few minutes. Okay. So we need to change the implementation in the firmware, but I might want to start with some tests of the expected behavior because maybe we forgot something and we'll hopefully see that if we do this one first. Okay, we have a resource that requires supervision. We've set all of that up correctly. So what are we expecting? I'm gonna move. So basically we start with this test. So we enqueue 2 commands, because why not? We expect that back. We expect deactivate with nonce. None of this should change. Assuming we set up all the, we're using the right resource. So we don't want, yeah, I think we want a shadow resource here too. Because this would have been wrong as well. So we shadow resource and bridge simulator. The training, whatever. Okay, so we take the normal member from before. We enqueue a switch on command for the normal member. We should get an activate with nonce. Okay. And okay, this is the same basically. Yep. Okay. So far so good. I want this to be has deep properties, by the way. Which we probably should change here as well. All of these, it can be, it's the new default. So why not? Okay. Hey, Coding Gree, welcome. So this is basically the same, just one is a heartbeat and one is a session command. So far so good. Allows the switch on with the get command ID. Yeah, this is where things change. We said we're gonna get a switch on with nonce. We're gonna get this here. We're gonna send it back to the server, which is what's happening here. So we use a heartbeat. We get a command ID with the heartbeat, which is this part. And we send it as a, hey, here's a remote access that went through. So this means we check the nonce. The bridge checks the nonce, says, yep, the nonce is good. Let this user switch on. Here's the switch on. And now we expect not an access result with like unlimited. We want an access action of supervision required, which is new. Have we deployed this? Can I just change the migration? What's the last thing? Nope, these are new. Okay, perfect. So we're gonna change this one. So we say we want an access action of you know what? Let me check the simulator. The unlimited comes from here, right? This is something we infer. Okay, no. So we would have a new access action that's... We don't want a message because we want to change the state on the bridge. So we'll have a separate action that's requires supervision. And the duration is going to be whatever the current timeout is, 60. You've been doing Jai, WASM, Web GPU stuff. Nice. Yeah, I still like... Are you doing it using the WASM tools that someone posted on the Discord a while ago? Because they submitted it to us and it's still in my queue of things I need to review but I just haven't gotten to it yet. By the way, my table is, you know, we're going to do a short table cleaning session because I just noticed how dusty my table is and it sucks. I'll be right back. Okay, back to working. No, I'm not talking about Soding's tool. I'm talking about someone posted a really quite extensive. They did awesome stuff for WASM. I can't remember the details, but they did awesome stuff for WASM. Let me check. I can't remember exactly what they did, but it looked like it was quite comprehensive. I'm waiting for Discord to start and downloads updates and then restarts and downloads more updates, and I just don't want to dox anyone. That's okay. Just wanted to make sure it opens in on the right screen. So there is a. I don't even see the thread anymore. Can't find it. Can't find it right now. Open the next thing. Jai browser toolchain. Yeah, it was by Nick. Let me see. He DM'd me. I'm sorry, I'm looking this up because I'm interested. Yeah, there it is. I thought, yeah, I can't find the Discord thread, but he did some super useful stuff for targeting WASM. I can't remember exactly what he did. But let's give him a shout out. Like, he did this, basically. All of these are running in WASM now, like Simp and skeletal animation and codex view and all of this. I can't remember exactly what he did, but like he did extensive tool support for WASM. And it was like, oh yeah, that sounds useful, but he wanted some compensation for doing it before we integrated into the beta. And I was like, okay, I have to look at that, and I haven't had time since then. It's probably been 3 months or more. Okay, so right now we want a require supervision feedback, and here the state should not be done. The state should be pending. And wait, I actually implemented, what did we call it? Let's look at the migration again. Waiting for supervision is the result. I think it should look like this. So the bridge command gets updated. We say waiting for supervision, waiting for supervisor. And then this is not allowed us to switch on. Shall we call this request waiting for supervisor, maybe? Yeah, maybe that. And we don't need the command ID, I think. How do we prevent... Okay, we still have a problem. We still have the old problem of this command is still not done, the command 1. So we wouldn't send command 2 to the bridge. Oh, no, we don't have... Yeah, we have to. We have to get the nonce check. The question is, so what I'm thinking about right now, this looks simple. Someone could reset the bridge while this happens. So we don't see the supervision required. And then if you swipe, oh, this is so like, if someone resets the bridge and we get a new heartbeat, what shall we send it? What should the first session return to the bridge? Ideally, we would get the supervision required state again. How do we... What are we doing here? This seems like This is stale. This one. We say switch on and we say supervision required. Same here. So we never get supervision required with a heartbeat response. I'm playing through the different scenarios in my head. Can we live with the fact that if someone resets the bridge while we're waiting for supervisor, the bridge will not show the waiting for supervisor state, but if you swipe your card, it's going to turn on as the guy who swiped originally because you're going to swipe as the supervisor. I think that's good enough. We can fix this in post. Like if we got this one version, this version going that we drew here, we could still then introduce a special heartbeat response that says, hey, show the supervision required screen. But that might there's so many. This stuff is complicated. Okay, so basically, we send a start command, we get waiting for supervisor for 60 seconds. That seems sensible. If we provide the wrong command ID, that makes sense. This is the wrong thing here. This should not be an is error. I mean, it's fine for this case, but it's not quite right. Whatever, doesn't matter. Let's not get distracted. So this is... Shall we be able to extend the waiting for supervisor thing by pressing the button? Shall it reset the session? That's a good question. So this is result 1 and result 2. Let's just say number here. Not sure yet. And this should remain pending. Okay. Yeah, this is important if the nonce is incorrect. This should fail, and we should get no for the response. That makes sense. This one is the tricky one. Okay, so the question is, we only drew the happy case here. What happens if someone tries to... If some supervisor says, yep, let's swipe over, but they don't have the required training, then this access check should fail. We see that the supervision is required, so we check whether he's the right supervisor. If he's not the right supervisor, we're going to fail here. What does it do to the supervision required session? Is supervision required still, like, is that still active? And someone else can try to supervise, or do you have to restart? Because what if someone else wants to turn on? And what is if we cancel on the bridge? Like I swipe my card, it says supervision required. I'm like, oh, fuck. Okay, never mind. I can't turn this on right now. Or I get the order wrong. There are two people here. The first one swipes and it says supervision required. And they're like, ah, fuck, yeah. Sorry, I'm just a supervisor. You should turn on. Like imagine two students in the lab and they're not sure whether because they got their they got their introduction, like their introductory course 6 months ago, and now they're finally here and they need to finish their assignments. And so they both go to the lab, and supervisor swipes their card. It says, "Oh no, this requires supervision," and they're like, "Oh yeah, right, you have to swipe first." So they can't want to cancel that session, and then the member swipes, and then the supervisor swipes. So if you cancel, you can only cancel if the bridge knows. If the bridge knows, you can just press the stop button, and this should send a... What shall it send? We can't send a stop because we don't have an active session. Unless we create an active session. This is so convoluted. So I think we need to go... Okay, this was the question I posed before I went for a coffee break. Shall we put entries into the log while we're waiting for supervision, or if supervision times out, etc.? And during coffee break, I decided yes. I definitely want to see those denied attempts. If someone tries to turn on the machine and then it times out because there's no supervisor or they're too slow, whatever, I want to see that in the log. Why? Because the log is also very useful for post-mortem analysis of, like, a member comes into your lab and says, "Hey, yesterday evening I was trying to use machine blah, but it failed." And then you're like, "It failed, why?" And it says, "I don't know, I couldn't turn it on." And then you have to go, "Okay, let's see." And you go to the log and you say, "Show denied attempts." And you're like, "Yeah, you couldn't turn it on because you didn't have the training for that machine." Like, you want to be able to, if someone comes later and complains that something didn't work, you want to give them the reason why it didn't work. So supervision would fall into that category. If they for some reason fail to see that it says requires supervision, or they fail to mention it to you, they just send a mail with, "I wanted to use a laser cutter but I couldn't," and don't provide any details, you want to be able to see that, yeah, they required supervision and didn't have supervision, without having to go back and forth, like, okay, what did it say on the display? Can you remember the message? Blah, blah, blah. So we definitely want to have failed attempts in the log. They're not shown by default, so it's not like spamming your, like, if someone tries supervision 5 times and it takes them, I don't know, it takes the supervisor 3 attempts until they finally are able to swipe their card in time or whatever, or come to the lab or whatever, you're going to have 3 or 4 require supervision errors here until it finally works, but you don't see them like normally. So if you just look at the log, it's still fine. So we definitely want to see failed attempts in the log. And if we say, but if someone presses stop here to cancel this because they want to swap orders or whatever, the bridge needs to have something that it can tell the server, "Hey, stop this." And this normally is an entry, like an activity log ID. So if this supervision required, if we send that back with an entry in the activity log, the bridge can stop it, the server can stop it, all the old mechanisms kind of work. So we should probably, as soon as, like, this supervision required, this magic thing that we had floating around here, this should be a log entry, an activity log entry, with a new state of, like, let me look at what this actually, what's the current scheme? I love the inconsistency of the splash screen shows here. The actual window opens on the other monitor. I love this. Let's stay calm. Let's not start ranting. Okay, so we have, this is what a resource log entry currently looks like. We have stop type, we have reason. Do we have anything else? Log type. Can't remember all of them, so let's do the following. select enum range null. Okay, so log type can be denied, allowed, status, pairing, key assigned, blah, 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 blah. So we could say the log type is, we could give it an intermediate log type, like a non-stopped. Oh God, this is going to be so much work. But we can't create an allowed log type. I think we're gonna have a special log type of like waiting for supervisor. Or can we abuse one of the others? Or we say it's allowed, but no, this is gonna cause more trouble. I think we're gonna introduce a new log type, waiting for supervisor. And if it times out, we're gonna change it to say denied, and the reason is gonna be no supervisor. What's the log reason right now? Yeah, no supervisor fits well with no permission, no package. Whereas requires training. No check-in, requires booking. For consistency, this should have been no booking or something, but it's fine. There is a booking, which can be a reason. No package, no permission. Where is no training? How did we generate this one? Let's look. Second entry. It's also not a good sign that I don't know. No permission. How do we know that it requires training? How do we know that it requires training? It just says no permission. I don't see the magic. I guess that's implicit in like all the other errors have other error codes, but I would not have known that. Like if you don't have a package, it's this. If it's during opening hours, it's this. Yeah, it could be. Okay, so no permission is no training. Awesome. That's some legacy stuff. Well, this is an old system. Okay, yeah. So if it fails, like if we time out, we definitely add a denied no supervisor. The question is, what are we doing in the meantime, and can we change the state of an old log entry without causing havoc? And how do we show it in the log if we're currently waiting for supervisor? Like, I think we just do that. We add a new resource log type. Yeah, I think we'll have to do that. What's the migration called? The last one. So this one is gonna get and this one was resource log reason, right? Yeah. No supervisor is a new denied reason. Okay. The automatically closing, waiting for supervisor. Or, hear me out. We could just add a denied entry with no supervisor. And if it's not old enough, yeah, we could do it implicit. And we don't have to close it if it times out. That would be nice. What do we do if it's cancelled? Do we log an entry? If someone swipes their card, it says waiting for supervisor and they press stop and cancel the action. What are we doing with the log? Are we just gonna delete that? That's gonna be fun for the people who, like, we've never deleted an access log entry. We can't really delete it because, like, if you watch via webhook, if you watch the access log via webhook, it's not gonna be fun to handle. I don't want to. There's so much to consider for this feature. It's like, not only do we have like lots of new state and changes, etc. You have to consider someone might have a webhook. Okay, they might have a webhook for the activity log. So they get updates to the activity log. So if we just do weird stuff to the activity log that we've never done before, chances are people who have an activity log webhook are not going to be happy. It should be easy to reason about what's happening by just observing the activity log webhook events. Okay. So we don't want to add a denied entry and then change that to okay, just so we don't have to do more work on the server. That's not gonna be understandable for anyone who does the webhook. So we're gonna add an entry of waiting for supervisor. We're gonna change that one to either denied no supervisor or yeah, if you cancel, we're gonna say denied no supervisor. We're not gonna add an extra state. It doesn't matter whether you canceled or timed out. It's the same. We're just gonna say yep, no supervisor. There's no need to add an extra state for that. And if we ever need one, we can introduce it. But for now, okay, we're gonna say if it fails, if they stop, it should be denied no supervisor. So we're gonna say basically this one, blah. Cancels the supervisor and if the bridge sends a stop. So we should say here first. We should probably move this one up. So this one, like a command result, Mr. Bridge Simulator, X send heartbeat, nope. Confirm pairing, nope. Where is it? We send a start, we get a response. Session ID, yep, we want session ID. So this should have a session ID. Just saying. And we should get a log entry. Do we have something that checks the log in here already? Nope. Resource log? Nothing? Who wrote these tests? They're fired. So we want assert that results, nope, await resource fixture get logs, I think. I don't know, it's been a while. Get logs, yes. How do we normally do this? I guess we send this a time. Would make sense here. Oh, we do it after. Okay, that's gonna create a bit of a mess. We should. Why are we not filtering by date? Are we doing it always like this? It seems there are better ways to do this. Yeah, this is what I want, basically. This is how I would do this nowadays. This is the most sensible. So we get the logs from the date. We need a save now date. So we're gonna say here, we're gonna get a save now date. So if we fetch the logs starting here, we should have one entry. And the type is waiting for supervisor. And what else do we have in here? Can you now kind of guess why I say I couldn't wipe code this feature? Or tool assist this feature? So reason should be null, stopped at should be null. And we want member should be this one. We don't have a supervisor yet. Like this is gonna fail because we don't have that field yet, but we're gonna add that. What else? I guess that's good enough. Why do we need to provide the server? That's stale nonsense. Right? Get logs as a default. Yes, okay, so we can, let's get rid of that spam. Where was it? Where were you? Okay. Beam. That's something I introduced a while ago. Long time ago. Okay. Keep the noise in your tests as small as possible. Well, reasonably small. So we're waiting for supervisor. And now I want to be say what? I want to say here maybe afterwards. So the cat, like it fails here, yeah. Okay. Cancels the waiting for supervisor entry if the bridge sends a stop. Yeah, so we send a heartbeat, we send a start, we get something back, and then we say stop, and I think stop needs a session ID. Or is this implicit in the simulator? Stop. Nope, that's implicit. It sends the session ID, which it should save session actions. Waiting for supervisor. So this allows us then to implicitly send it. Okay. If we send a stop, we expect what we expect for a stop normally. Okay. So this is just going to be a 200. And we weigh. This one should have a failed state of no supervisor. And the state is done, I think. And then we also want, yeah, state is done, error, that looks sensible. And we want the log to be closed. There's so, like, we're just writing the tests right now. Actually implementing this is going to be fun. So the type is denied, and the reason is no supervisor. And to stop that is somewhere, let's do a second. Where's our date? Save now date. Bam. So we have start date, stop date. So this is from start date. And we're just gonna have one entry, so we don't get a second entry. That's what this test now checks as well. Stop that, and this is after stop date. Okay, this starts to take shape. Did you use Vim for this development too? Yes, but I've switched, for Fabman, I've switched to Visual Studio Code, even though it's not great. Good question. Why did I switch, actually? That was a good, yeah, I remember. Editing, when I started introducing view components in the UI, it was just such a pain to do that in Vim for some reason. I can't remember the details, but it was like, okay, for programming in Vue, Visual Studio Code had enough of a benefit over Vim that I switched. So it was for editing Vue, because I think the problem was, like, Vue is annoying for an editor if you don't have support, because it contains, okay, that's not a very great component. You have JavaScript code, like, it basically looks like HTML. You have JavaScript code, and somewhere down here eventually, this is a complex, like this is, and you have HTML. And in Vim, it always got, either it did the indentation wrong, or it did the syntax highlighting wrong, or something was annoying about it. I can't remember the details. Yeah. It was something about either indentation or syntax highlighting, or I can't remember. Something was very annoying. Or it did the closing tags wrong, I can't remember. But it was like enough of a pain that I said, okay, fuck it, I'm switching to Visual Studio Code. Okay. So this is what we expect. We're able to cancel. We still don't have the full happy case. So we're going to copy that. We're going to the same. We're waiting for a session ID here. Yeah. Oh, by the way, this one should be ID result session ID. So we expect it to send us the session ID of the entry. And then here, session ID. And then this one should say this should be session same, like we want the same back. That's the important part. Session ID is result 1. Okay. So nothing should change here. Then it's the same. If we extend what is this called in the original test? Extend usage just. Okay. This test is still gonna wait for a while. We don't have API key tests for wait. Oh, this is just for the normal. Yeah, okay, never mind. Okay, let's finish this. So if we have the happy case, which is this one, and then we're kind of like someone else enqueues another. Okay, allows. No. What happens if someone? No, let's do the happy case first. Allows a qualified supervisor. Oh, by the way, we didn't enable supervision for this thing. Whatever. Let's write it all down. Allows a qualified supervisor to confirm the. No, session is the wrong word. Okay, so what's going to happen? We have this one. We send a heartbeat. We get the thing back. Then we have code 2, and we say enqueue a switch on command with code 2. Oh, it's code 2 just. And we have the supervisor member cookie, and we have the supervisor device cookie. And this is command 2. And we get that back with the next hard result. Okay, this is too far. We should say. So in this case, which is a special case we're going to need to handle in the API, returns the supervisor command. This is going to be hard on the server. Not hard, annoying. It's another special case. So we get the heartbeat result, and so we assert that result 2 has the following heartbeat result 2. Wait, are we checking with this one? Boom. And maybe we want a sub. We don't want to repeat this every time. It makes the tests hard to read. Okay, let's try to test and then extract the common thing. So we get a supervisor action while we have something pending. We don't have the switch on. No, we enqueue the switch on command, yes. And we want the second command ID. Basically, we want the new result with the heartbeat back. So far, so easy. And we don't care about that. And yeah. Okay, now I should have kept this. Bam. Okay, and then allows the supervisor to confirm the activity. Which means we get the heartbeat result. We're gonna send a new start command. And this one takes heartbeat result 2 as a command ID. And then we want this whole dance. Boom. Nope. Nope. This one. Copy pasta orgy. We're going to compress this eventually, but I first want to make sure that this all makes sense. We might revise this, have to revise this a few times. So we have command 1, result 1, just to be sure. Heartbeat result 1. So it's here we're just gonna delete these because we don't need them. Okay. So we don't care about this one. So we want result 2 should be whatever. What was the unlimited case? Just any number. Okay. So this should be max duration and unlimited is what we want back. And the session ID shall not change. Session ID is... Did we call this a session ID? Fuck. Session means something else. Okay, whatever. Legacy code. Session ID should be result 1 session ID. So the session ID should not change, which means we're going to repurpose the log entry. And then the command. Now this is tricky. Command 1 should be state done result. Can't remember. Where's what's it called? Bridge commands. Okay, bridge command result is what we're interested in. Select enum range null bridge command result. Check in, check out, waiting for supervisor. So I guess this is just going to be none. No result, no error. Okay. Command 1 is done. Command 2 should be done. So both of them get marked as done. And the log entry starting with, I guess here. See, I can also type, not just copy paste. This should be result 1 session ID. The type should be allowed. No stop. Member should be this. Supervisor should be supervisor member. What? Supervision member. Ah, okay. Whatever I called it. So this is what we expect. This is the happy case. God, this is complicated. Okay, next one. So many tests. And we're only covering like a small set of things. Keeps the... waiting for supervisor. If an unqualified member tries to supervise. Okay, so the problem now is we send a switch on command for non-supervision member cookie and non-supervision member device cookie. And with the next heartbeat, what do we expect? Oh, yeah. Do we care? No, we shouldn't even get it. Okay. So what should happen? The heartbeat result 2 should be... Ooh. This is how we could solve the... Sorry, my mind is all over the place right now, trying to keep it all in my head. The heartbeat result could update the supervision required state. as well. But this has the potential for flickeriness. Let me think. What do I want back with the heartbeat? If I have a supervision required session running, basically, and I send a new heartbeat, I guess I expect no command. We do the access check before we do the command, right? Let me check. Bridge command API. We do an access check here. Am I right? This is not, this is a get. We want what? How do we enqueue this? Give me a second. QR state. What are we doing? If we send a switch on. It's been so long since I programmed this. When we switch on, we post to switch on. Okay, good. Bridge API. Where's switch on? Resource bridge API. Oh god. This has grown and metastasized over the last decade. Okay, we have a switch on command. And we do an access check. Yes. So in this case, we would just fail the thing and don't even enqueue anything. So the enqueue switch on command, this one should complain. Do we have a test for that? I'm sure we have. Are they all here? Yes. Okay. Let's see. We don't have a test for that. That's hilarious. Maybe we have this somewhere else. Do we have any specs? Yeah, this seems like it lives here. Pair bridge, blah blah. Sign a super user. Doesn't have permission to use the equipment. Okay, that's what we are waiting for. So we want, and I guess this one asserts. Yeah, that's not good. So we can't use whatever we used here. This should fail. I'm torn. I'm not sure how I should organize the tests. Like, this one assumes that this is right. So this test suite doesn't really check the switch on API. This would be a test here, but I don't want to duplicate like all this of like, oh no, in case there is a waiting for supervisor session going, I don't want to have this here. So I would have to raw dog that one request here. I guess that's what we're gonna do. And this should add a deny. Haha. Huh. If someone tries, that's an interesting question. Okay. Where's the... Yes, I don't care. There. If we have a pending supervision session, we're waiting for a supervisor, and someone swipes their card who is not qualified as a supervisor, that should log an error, right? But then it's weird that you have an error. Like, if we do that, the ordering... No. I just realized a few things. We can't reuse the supervision session. The thing I said of like, we create like the supervision required, we're gonna put that into the log. This feature is driving me nuts. We can't just have this waiting for supervision entry and then repurpose it and change it to allowed or change it to denied, no supervisor, if they don't react in time. Like, okay, we can change it to denied. We can do that, sorry. But we can't do the other thing. We can't change it to allowed, because then the start time is wrong and we're going to charge the user for more than what's... Like, if they... Like, some machines are pretty expensive. If you turn them on and it says require supervisor, and then it takes the supervisor a minute to get their card out and swipe finally, you want the actual session, the usage session, to start once the supervisor swipes, not when the first member swiped. So we can't just change the... I don't want to move the session. I don't want to change the start date of the session. So we're going to close the waiting for supervisor session. Going to change that to, well, I guess we give it a stop date or something. And we're not going to show these by default here. We're probably going to just, if you include system events, like, we're going to show these only as system events, which means normal members won't see. If someone supervises successfully, like, the waiting for supervisor session is not going to show up. We're going to put it into the log for technical reasons, but we're not going to show them to members. And then if someone switches on successfully, we're going to close that as like, okay, waiting supervisor is over, and here's the new activity for the actual switching on, and this contains the member and the supervisor, and everyone's happy, and they live happily ever after. So our tests are already wrong. That's why you do these tests first. Basically, the tests are usage code right now. This is not really test-driven development what we're doing. This is like writing the usage code before we implement, because it's so hairy and intricate that just by writing the usage code, we already see all the kinds of things that are kind of wrong. Okay, so we said this is denied no supervisor. That's fine. Where's the other test? Yeah, this is fine. We say waiting for supervisor. That's correct. If we extend, we get the same. This is going to be interesting to implement. Ask the wizard to find the activity. Okay, so this one is wrong. If we go from start date, we want, boom, we want one entry in the log that says result 1. That's the original. Yeah, this is something new now. This is a new number, which we don't know. We're gonna say it's not. Yeah, that's better. Not just say number, we say it's not. Come on. It's not result session ID. I'm gonna say it's all of. It's a number and not result session ID. So null doesn't qualify. So this is precise. These are the kinds of things, by the way, that the agents get wrong, semi-wrong. Like making an assertion, but this is an art. I'm not surprised that the agents can't do it. Most programmers I've seen can't do it properly. To like have assertions in tests be specific enough that you don't get false positives or false negatives and don't get a massive maintenance burden when things change. So you want to test exactly what's important for this test case. Only the attributes that are important for this test case. You can ignore everything else. You don't want to over-specify because that makes the test super brittle to change. But you want to be like, I could have said, but you also don't want false positives or false negatives. So if I say this, so initially I wanted to write, let's do the like little masterclass in assertion writing. So we could have written this. We could have written this. Do people even know what these mean? Whatever. Okay, so these are 3 ways to write this assertion. It's already a very specific assertion. We only test the fields we're interested in, etc., which is already not trivial. This is my own assertion library. This __. It's called Hamjest, and it's based off Hamcrest. No, it's based off, what was the original one called? Hamcrest, I think. Yeah, a Java assertion library. And it's really, really good to make expressive tests that only tests what you need to test. And the important part is like, if you use any of the common assertion frameworks that people know, either you compare the whole struct, which you don't want, or you do stupid stuff like this. Like if you're used to a normal library, you would write is 200 or something, yeah, and then you say result max duration is a number or something, and then you have, you get the idea. Greater than 500, whatever. Okay. If anyone has written tests in JavaScript or something, they're probably used to this. Or even if you do it in C, like same if you have tests in C or C++ or like Go, or pick your favorite language. Let's see if chat is still awake. Who has written tests like this? Anyone in Statchel? We should have quite a few people in chat. Let's see if anyone's paying attention. Who has not written tests like this? Who writes their assertions differently? Okay. So what's the problem with these kinds of assertions compared to what I'm doing here? If you understand what this is even doing. Because this is like every language has something like this. In Go, there's whatever. And they give you all kinds of fancy stuff on the right side, but the problem is on the left side. Okay, I'll raise 2 problems, and then you can tell me if your assertion library solves that. Problem number 1. What if result 2 is null? Your test just fails with null pointer exception. Okay, you just blow up whatever, or like if this is null in JavaScript, just this is like trying to access status code on result 1 and you blow up. It might be fine for this, okay? But what if it's something dot max duration, and then you blow up because something was null. So your test fails with there is no property max duration on null, or whatever your language uses, okay? And at that point, you don't see what the result was. You get, oh, something was null, but why was something null? What happened? Like, what's the other field? What were the other fields? What was the complete, like, did I just get garbage back and my deserializer just made, like, something stayed null because it was missing? Or did I, like, you don't, the error message you get, let's say these tests run in CI. You just get, it blows up, line 494, max duration, cannot access max duration on null, or whatever your message is. And then you have to go in and you have to, okay, wait, let's run the test in the debugger. Why is something null? Or you add a logger or whatever. The difference is if I compare this with the test I would write here with this assertion library. If I say here, this has a property something, okay? And I expect it to have a max duration. And this is then, what we have here is a number, okay? If something is null, I get, like this test doesn't blow up. The assertion blows up. Assertion fails and says, I expected a struct with the property something which has a max duration that is a number. But struct.something was null. And I can even, since I have the verbose down here, it will say result2 like dot something was null. And here's the whole struct. And print the whole struct. So you see, oh, something was null because actually I got back a 403 status code, or it was because the access action was actually blah. Yeah. So in the normal, if you write your assertions, if this bores you, let me know. But if you write your tests like this, you have the following problem. You have to be very careful in which order you do the assertions, because if you do the status code assertion first, which you probably would do if you have some experience, and then if the status code is 403, this one blows up. But now you don't get why, like what was the, you got a, I don't know, you got a 422. And then the details would be, so this would, you expected 200, but it's actually 422. But now you don't see the details. Like, let's say there is a message. In case of a 422, you get a message property, okay? But you don't see the message. This assertion blows up, but then again, you have to go into the debugger and see, okay, why did I get a 422 here? Oh, then you set a breakpoint here, and then you run the test, and you see, oh yeah, this is 422, and result2.message contains the message why things happen. But you don't see it in your assertion. You have to run the debugger, or you have to add logging or whatever. If I do it like this, okay, I will get an error. Like, no, the status code was 422, and then the verbose part of this shows me the whole result, because the assertion has, like, if I do this, the assertion doesn't have result2. It just has result2.status code. It can't tell me more about what the rest of the result is. If I do it like that, if the left side contains the root object, and the right side has the full, like, what do I want to know? Does it make sense? Do people know what I'm talking about? Then it can say, okay, yeah, my check for status code 200 failed. And by the way, it also contained a property message, and it was like, you forgot to fizzle the blue, okay? And same here, if something is null, this one will blow up, but you don't see anything about, okay, what else was on result? You get you get the whole context, perfect coding tree. You get the whole context of, in the assert, what's going on. And you don't have to be too careful about in which order do I have to, because with this, you have to be careful about in which order do I check these. Okay, do I say if message is null, so that in case there is a message, I see it before I blow up afterwards when I do things, you know what I mean? Not necessary. You have to be very careful with these kinds of asserts. You have to check, like you have to do is not null here, okay? So that it doesn't blow up afterwards, etc. You have to be very careful in which order you do the asserts, so that you still, if they blow up, have enough context in your log or whatever to infer what actually was going on. None of this is necessary with this check. In ABAP, you can do something like assert iPerson GUID is not initial, or iPerson ID is not initial, but the runtime default sets can all the environment. Yeah, I don't want to see everything. Like, I don't want to, like, if this blows up, okay? If this one blows up, I don't want the runtime environment to dump all of this, okay? because then I have too much context and I have like 3,000 lines. Like a heartbeat result is going to be lots of data. A result, like all of this is going to be huge. I want, no, give me the context for like this, what I'm asserting on. So just generic, like give me everything is also going to make it hard, because if I then open this in CI and I have to scroll in the browser and see the error message or something, it's going to be 500 lines that I have to browse in a shitty browser, or again, I have to rerun the tests locally, but what if they don't fail locally, blah, 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 blah. You want your tests to fail with the right amount of context. If I remove this verbose, I just get the detailed, like it tells me, I expected result to have, and it lists all the assertions, and then it says only the one that failed. Like I expected something with status code 200, something blah, max duration blah, etc. And then it says but, and then it says status code was 201. That's the only thing. It writes the difference. And you can say, okay, yeah, sure. It shouldn't say 200. I should say like is successful or something, and make it looser so that it accepts a 200 and a 201 or whatever. You get the idea. So this is why this is so powerful. And for some reason, I see nobody, and I mean literally nobody, who does assertions like this. In no framework, like if you look at all the popular frameworks, okay, caveat, it's been a while since I checked, because whenever I go into a new platform, new environment, I check what's the current best, like what's the state of the art for doing assertions or state of the art for writing tests. And last time I did this in JavaScript land, nothing like that existed. Everyone was writing their tests like this. If you go to any open source, like last time I checked, if I don't know, I find a bug in an open source library I use, I usually extend their test suite if they have one. And the test suites are always written like this, which means whenever a test fails, it's all full garbage and you have to go into debugger and whatever. It's stupid, okay? No one writes their tests like this. They should write their tests like this. Then recently, like a year ago or something, I started a Go project and I was looking at, okay, what's the best thing that Go has available? Nothing like this. I found nothing like this that lets me express things like that and asserts properly and gives good error messages in case something goes wrong. So I had to So I have ported Hamcrest to JavaScript because I wanted it in JavaScript. I've ported it to Jai because I wanted to have it in Jai. Now I've ported it to Go because I wanted to have it in Go. That's, for some reason, no one cares about these kinds of things. Don't understand it. Okay. Next rant. So this is where we started. I have different ways of asserting session ID. I could just say it must be a number, but then this test, if I get the same session back, remember we had this initially, this would be a green test. If I do use this assertion, it would be a green test, even though I wanted to return a new session. If I say session ID should not be, so this is bad. We don't want that. If I do this, then I catch the problem that I just said. I want a new session, okay? But if session D is now null, this would be green. Like if session D is actually null, this would be a green test, even though I want a session back. So I need to do both. I say I want a number that is not this, okay? And these kinds of, that's kind of an art, I think, of how do you assert, even if you have a powerful assertion library like Hamjest, what do I put in here so that the test is not brittle? As in, I don't want to over-specify. I don't want to do a full, like I can do this as well, okay? I can do this, which means I want equality, as in like, whatever result 2 is, it must be, like, forget that these are matchers now, like everything of, like, it must have a status code, it must be 200, it must have those 4 fields and have exactly the values I specify and nothing else. It has to be equal, okay? You can do this in some cases, but normally I don't want this test to break if additional properties show up. So I use this partial matcher, which only matches, it only checks the things I specify. So it is kind of an art to specify exactly what you want to test and only that, and not too much, and don't be too specific. This is why you want expressive And combinable matchers. It's the next thing. You want your checks to be combinable, as in like, hey, I want this to be both a number and not this particular number, without having two asserts. Because if this goes wrong, I just want exactly, oh yeah, it was, I don't know, it was a number, but this one, whatever. You want a nice detailed explanation of what went wrong. And these are the kinds of things that started the whole discourse. These are things agents can't do. And I said it's not a wonder, it's no wonder that they can't do it, because most humans I know can't do this properly. It's really hard. Tell me if you disagree, or if you've seen, tell me if you've seen actually good examples of a matcher library like this, or tell me if you write your tests differently, or tell me, I'm interested in chat's opinions. How do you do this? How do you avoid this? Do you agree that this is the test you would write? Would you do it differently? Blah, blah, blah. Do you have expertise in microcontrollers hardware? To some extent. This is the hardware we sell, and this is a custom PCB. I didn't design the PCB. It's from an hardware engineer we employed a couple of years ago, but I programmed all the software for it. So I have experience in programming embedded systems. I wouldn't say microcontrollers. It's been ages since I programmed an actual microcontroller. This is an ESP32, which is very high level compared to, I don't know, programming a PIC or something. But yeah, I have some expertise, but I'm not a super expert. A good friend of mine is an actual embedded systems and hardware expert, and I always go to him if I have any questions. Okay, so back to where we were. We want the supervisor to be able to confirm the activity, and we said we want a new session back, which means those two are done, and we want, we duplicated this. We want this one to stay on, where is it? Yeah, it shouldn't be denied. This should be waiting for supervisor, and it should have a stop that. Basically, it should be stopped when we do this. So when we send the OK, so it should be here. Let's call it supervisor date. Not a great name, but better than nothing. And we want this to be stopped after the supervisor date. And we don't need a supervisor here. We just want this to be stopped. This ends the activity, and we want a second activity, which has the session ID that we get with the second result. And it should be allowed, and it should have the supervisor. Okay, that sounds reasonable. Jai on ESP32? No, it's C++. ESP32 is a cursed platform. I know it's super popular and they have good things for them. There's a reason they're so popular. But software-wise, they're a nightmare, unfortunately. Their SDK is the most bloated, terrible thing I've seen in ages. Possible? No, it's not possible. As you see in the name, the ESP32 is a 32-bit microcontroller. And Jai currently only targets 64-bit targets, which is a shame, because when I initially wrote John after his first demo of the language, or second demo of the language, I was like, oh man, I want to use this language for embedded systems. No, sneeze alert, false sneeze alert. So I wanted to use Jai for embedded systems, but we currently only target 64-bit systems, and 64-bit is not going to land on embedded for a long time for many reasons. So we have to wait till Jai gets 32-bit support, or be sad and use C++ or C. The problem is even if Jai could target ESP32, their SDK is such a clusterfuck. Like just just putting Jai in there and having interoperability with their SDK is gonna be not fun. Okay. So this is when we notice that we need to do this differently. So we keep the waiting for supervised session if an unqualified member tries to supervise. Yes. So we give we try to supervise as non-supervision member, and that should give us what do we expect to happen? The hybrid result we said should return nothing, I guess. Oh yeah, and we can't, yeah, I remember where we left off. We need to do this. Let's extract the function here without the assertion. Try and queue switch on command, and that just returns us the response. No, we're gonna send switch on request. That's better because it returns something else. And this is gonna be wait send switch on request resource. Nope. What's your problem? Oh. Okay. This can just be return blah. I just want to get rid of the boilerplate. Okay. And that means this will have to be send return request. This is command to response, because this is going to fail. This should be a 403, I think, if I remember correctly. And then the question is, the old command should still be pending. So we don't want this to blah, blah, blah. We want this. Nope. This one. Oop, wrong one. So we want this one. There's no command 2. And we want this to still be type waiting for supervisor and unstopped. So if someone who's not allowed tries to supervise, it should not affect the supervision session. You can still try it a different guy. Maybe they will do a RISC-V 64-bit chip. Maybe the problem with 64, like, embedded systems are still very much constrained by memory speed, etc. So blowing everything up and size, like storage size, like if you store your things in Flash, you don't want everything to become much bigger because you switch to 64 bits. You want your instruction stream to be small, you want your pointers to be small, etc. So switching to 64 bits on embedded systems seems like it's not, I don't think it's going to happen for quite a while. You're very price sensitive, like the chips have to be cheap, etc. So if everything if you suddenly need more flash and a faster chip, etc., just so you can use 64 bits, which gives you no benefit on an embedded system, because you're not gonna have 4 gigs of something where you need, like, oh man, my 32-bit pointers are too small or something. It just makes no sense economically and technically. That's why I don't think it's gonna arrive for a while, unless more people want to run Python on their embedded systems and don't care about unit costs, and then maybe, like, who knows. That's my half-informed opinion. Like, I'm not an expert. I'm not an embedded systems expert. But it seems like unlikely that 64-bit is going to land. anytime soon. Okay, let's make some progress. We're still not very far. And we've been streaming for how long? I see this somewhere. 3.5 hours almost. Wow. Okay, but we figured a bunch of things out. That's like, this was important. And maybe it's time for lunch break too, soon. This test, I don't know yet what to do with it. Is there something else we need to test? We have a supervisor that can turn on. We have a supervisor that's not qualified. We could test timeout, but I don't wanna right now. Because timeouts are always a pain in the tests because they make the tests slow, even if you shorten the timeout duration, etc. Okay, let's leave it at that for a moment. And yeah, I'm gonna take a short bio break, get a new water. I don't want another coffee. Maybe I'll make a tea. And then we can start ripping the firmware apart and implement the firmware part. Or go into the back end. And the question is, where are we going to hit reality faster, harder, if we missed something? Like, shall we go into the firmware because I forgot something about the state in the firmware that might throw a wrench into our plan? I think we want to do server first. There might be things on the server that we have missed. So maybe we switch to doing the server stuff next. Like, the tests are good enough. I have a rough feeling of what I want, what I need. We haven't tested the interaction like this. We have only used the QR code here all the time. Like this in Q switch on command, or like send switch on request. These are all QR code based. We should have one where someone swipes their card. So we might want to write those two tests still, and then we're going to go to the backend. I'll be back in a couple of minutes. Okay, I've brought tea, I've brought water, I've brought chocolate. Let's see if we can power through. I'm not sure we're gonna get everything done. There's just too much. I think it's too big for this stream, honestly. Looks like... Oh no, it's actually fine. It looks bigger, but it's just because of the zeros. Okay, so we're gonna roll back the migration. And... Oh no, actually... whatever, doesn't matter. Just have to make sure that the T doesn't oversteep. We need a new migration because all the others have been applied. So we need this. I think. But we also need a migration to add the supervisor fields, etc. Okay, we're gonna just apply this again. And we're gonna add a new migration. Okay, we need the supervisor. So we're gonna say, I think I use plurals, right? Or singular. I have to, yeah, plural. Resource logs. We want a column. How does this work? Can't remember. Let's see. It's been so long since I did. Yeah, I want this basically. We want an integer that's called supervisor, and it's blah references. Wait, what was it? Supervision. No. Reference ID in table members on lead. What do we do here normally? I think we just don't delete, but let's mimic. I'm working on so many different projects by now that I have a hard time keeping all the details in my head. Member, what's the... Okay, no actions. Good. Do we need anything else? We need the supervisor. We have the new kinds of log entries. Okay, let's get to the... I don't think we need anything else. That should be all. Let's see. Okay. Let's start with some chocolate. Okay, that was the easy part. Okay, access system. All of this can die. Luckily. Because this was like, oh shit, this is gonna be a nightmare. Okay, what needs to happen? If we first... before we do the access check, we need to see if there's an active supervision session. If there is an active supervision session, it changes the kind of access check we need to do. So it needs to happen first. What's that? I can't remember this particular check. Whoops. Also, I just accidentally closed the thing we're interested in. Okay. So this is what's it called? I'm blanking. Man, streaming is like I'm not used to streaming as much anymore. Streaming is exhausting. This was like intense thinking, but intense thinking while talking on streams for some reason. Maybe it's what John said, that if the camera's on, he feels more exhausted, and if it's off, maybe it's that. I'm not sure. But streaming is way more intense than regular programming on your own. Okay, so we have verified key access. Otherwise, we do verify member access. Yeah, that's all fine. Verify key access is the first, which should forward to verify member access. I need to find the right point where we... Yes. Perfect. So in verify member access, we're gonna... Yeah, if it's a check-in resource, none of this applies. Okay, and nothing, like all of these are downstream. So we want a separate check. We want, before we do this is the regular access check. None of this applies to supervision. So we want, before we do this, basically, why do I call it like that? Oh, because it's not, okay, because I want this to propagate. That's weird. There's a better way to do this. Whatever, this was a... Whatever. Let's not care about that. I want to do it in here, I think. So I want to do something like that. I want to get previous log. Let's make sure that this does the right thing. Command click doesn't work. I'm sad. Okay. Fetch open logs. Yes, this is what we want. And this needs to be updated. We don't just want allowed. We want allowed and... Nope. Actually not true. Ooh, shoot. Let me reason through this again. So to distinguish whether we have this case or this case, oops. Whether we have this case or this case, we need to see if there's a supervision session running. That's one thing. The other thing we didn't even think about in all of this is if you had already switched on with supervision, you don't need supervision again to continue. Like if you have, like, if you just swipe your card again to for example, to show that you're still here, you don't need supervision again. So this needs to check. So this one, so we need to check whether there's a supervision required session running. But over here, we need to check if the machine requires supervision. We need to check whether we're just extending an active session. If we're extending an active session, we don't need supervision. Hot. But this is later. When do we fetch the open log? This happens later, right? This is making everything slower, but only for supervised resources. So we would say if, so check number one is over here. If resource get requires, I think that's what we call it, right? Resource API requires supervision. Then we need to check if we are waiting. So that's one thing that we need to do here. This is not the full check, obviously. And then again, somewhere down here in the bowels, if we're not an admin, oh yeah, here you can see like no permission is the original code for no training. This is something just we looked up before. Yeah, we want to check all of this. Blah, blah, blah. Blah, blah. Okay, and then we do the booking checks. So, and then we do the balance checks. When do we want to check for an when do we want to do the supervision check? Oh, and do we recheck? Huh. Yeah, it makes no sense to ask for supervision if you're not even allowed to turn on. So we should do all the permission checks. That's not a benefit of the new approach compared to what I had planned initially. Like, we're not gonna, because that's really annoying. Yeah. Oh God, I didn't even see that. If we had done the old approach where the bridge checks for supervision required and only sends it afterwards, you would get a supervisor, get them through the hassle of confirming, like maybe via their phone, which means they have to scan the QR code, maybe sign in, press OK, and then the bridge, and then the server check. Then we send the original key and the supervision key to the server, and then the server's like, oh, you don't even have training on that machine. Like, it would, you know what I mean? Or, oh no, this machine is booked, you're not even allowed to turn it on. So that was stupid in the original plan. So we want to basically go through all of this before we check for supervision. Because you don't want to bother a second person helping you turn on a machine and then it's like, oh wait, your prepaid balance is too low. You actually need to put some money in your account before you can turn on. The supervision check should be the very, very last thing. So we're going to say, if it requires supervision, if extending an existing session, then we don't need supervision. Okay, how do we know if we extend an existing session? I'm afraid we don't know that in here, which would be sad, because verify member access doesn't get that information. Because separation of concerns or something. This is in finish access result. I'm almost certain that we fetch the old. Let me check. Who does the extending, or I'm pretty sure it's yeah. This is basically this is the extend code. This feature is so cursed. It sounds so simple. Oh yeah, you just need a second member to confirm. And it throws a wrench into everything. It's impressive how invasive this is. Because now I need to know whether to know whether you need supervision, I need to know whether you're extending a session or not. And so far we've only done this after the permission checks over here. I mean, of course, no, it's too late here. No, we're not. Like, I could just shoehorn this in here. And that's yucky. Like, in here, I could still say, oh, wait, no, you thought you were allowed? No, sorry, I changed my mind. You're denied now. But also, I don't want to duplicate this kind of code. Like, hey, is this for... Topic I can spot it? Yes. I said before that I am using their stuff for certain limited use cases. And it is actually useful. If you're a good engineer, it can make you better at certain things. It can make you faster at certain things. That's my current opinion. Okay. But not at the kind of change we're doing right now. Like, I wouldn't trust this. Like, if someone did that kind of change with an agent, that's a reason for getting fired. You see how hairy this is. Have you tried local models? Nope. Nope. The latest things like Opus 4.6 and 4.7 are barely good enough for the kind of things I want to do. So I wouldn't have hopes of local models being good enough, but maybe. I don't use it enough to know these kind. Like, I'm not really... Like, I have so much to do. I'm not in the... I don't have time or energy or attention to spare on, ooh, let's look if some things might also be good. Or it's usually just if I have a problem, or if someone really recommends something, or if I see something working, then I adopt it. But I'm not proactively looking for new stuff to pull into my workflow, which is a drawback. But again, I don't have the capacity. Okay, so what we could do is we could pull this previous log, check much earlier. But then, does this make sense? Because if we got denied, we don't care about the previous log. We only care about this if things were okay up until now. And we haven't, like, where does the transaction come from? Yeah, it gets opened in Finnish. This feature is so cursed. This feature is so cursed. If we do the previous log check in the verify method where I wanted to do it, okay? Like, this one is fine here. This one is not. If we fetch the previous log here and say, oh, there's a previous log running, so let's, so we're fine. This is no longer covered by the same transaction that actually does the changes then, which means we're subject to races between requests in very subtle ways. So I'm afraid that we need to do the access check, like the supervision check, not in verify, but in the finish access result part, because then we open a single transaction for all the modifications, and in here we would kind of at this point check whether we need the supervisor. Fuck. Good thing is then we just fetch the previous log once, because that's... Nope. Because that's... I'm sad. What stack am I using for Fabman and why not TypeScript? Because this project started before TypeScript was viable. It might have existed, I'm not sure, but it was definitely a piece of crap back then when I evaluated it, and I haven't bothered to switch. I've heard that by now it's kind of good and decent, and there are even compilers who are not dog slow, etc. So maybe nowadays I could switch, but I'm not in the mood of switching a 200,000 line code based on TypeScript. Like, I have better things to do, honestly. One could do it bit by bit, maybe, but again, like, yeah, maybe I would have to set aside some time to evaluate whether it makes sense nowadays and try it. But last time, like, when I considered adopting TypeScript, it was definitely not an option, as in, like, it was dog slow to compile, dog slow for any change, super verbose for simple things. Yeah, but nowadays maybe. What keyword do I use? Standard Apple Magic keyboard. Claude changes into TypeScript. Yes, exactly. Which is, like, I know it's said in jest, but this might actually be a way to move forward. Like, the API has really good test coverage. You might get away with letting Claude rewrite some things in TypeScript and just use your test coverage to save your ass. I'm not sure if I would do that. But it is actually, it might be a viable option without, like, no jest. Okay. So we're sad because the previous log gets fetched here, and so far we've done this in log access. But we could pull this out, actually. Who else? No, we probably can't, because it's probably called in more than one place. Yes. What are we doing here? This is for booking. No, this is, okay, this is the pre-check. Oh no. Oh no, that's actually fine. No, that's fine. Never mind. I'll take everything back. For switch on, we would do the this is actually perfect. This is by accident. This is perfect. Verify member access on this side should not check for supervision, because this is the pre-check before we ask the bridge whether the nonce is okay. And then if the bridge confirms the nonce, then we would ask for supervision. We can't do the other way around, because if we first ask for supervision and then check the nonce, then the nonce might be stale by the point the supervisor has confirmed. So it is actually perfect by accident if we do things like if we do the supervision check very late. But we should note that. Can't do this because doesn't even have enough funds to it cannot happen in verify access because I need to, like, these are the kind of things you need to document, because future me in 6 months is gonna have no clue that these are the constraints, and these are the kinds of constraints that you really like, that LMs are so bad at catching, even though they're really, like, they've gotten so much better. Like, I'm surprised how many things work well nowadays. I'm actually surprised, but these kinds of things don't work. Protection for modifying the, at least in my experience, for modifying the log only starts here and does not cover. It's fetching the current log in a different action. Would open all kinds of nasty races. And more importantly, B, the Verify should not include the supervision check, because first want the bridge to check and confirm the nonce. Otherwise, nonce might be stale by the time the supervisor has confirmed the action. Okay. And most important, like this is something I learned from John, that I adopted from John. Like sign your comments. Not just like, even if you're the only person here, just this one, not having to go to git blame to see from when this is and from whom this is valuable. Did I say 24? I'm sorry, I'm living in the past. Okay, and here we will say this pre-check. This is also something I adopted from John. This is such a killer feature. Linking two unrelated places in the code by a simple like text tag. So you can just, when you see something like this, you know it's, oh wait, this means there are different places in the code that are related to this, and then you don't have to duplicate the comment, and you can still like, if you modify code that has a tag, kinda, you know, like, oh, there might be other places that I need to check, etc. NDB asks, does the benefit of having a type system outweigh the cost of adding a build step? Yes. Yes. 100%, 1000%, a million percent. Because you're like, if you don't have a type system, you have to do what I'm doing right now, which means replace the type system with a gazillion end-to-end tests and run the end-to-end tests to know whether your code is even kind of correct. So you already have a build step to verify your code, and that build step is the tests. And having a faster, hopefully, compile step first that already catches lots of things that you otherwise have to do in slow tests is a massive win. Like the amount of tests I have to have in JavaScript just to replace the fact that I don't have a decent compiler, it's massive. You have to have more tests that are full end-to-end tests and can't test subsystems, because all your subsystem tests might be green and the whole thing is still red because you forgot that you changed a boundary somewhere and that any trivial compiler would catch. So yes, generally a type system is like, it's very convenient to not have to type, but for code bases like this is with tests around 200,000 lines of code, tests plus UI, if I remember correctly. And in this code, it's a code base of this size, having no static checks is stupid. It's so stupid, it's not even funny, but I'm stuck with it, kinda. Again, I could start migrating to TypeScript, but I already have so many half-finished migrations in this code base. I'm not sure if I want to start another one. Maybe I should. Okay. So we fetched the previous log, and to make like this, these are frequent checks. So I might want to add the previous log to the access result so that we don't refetch it in, because we're in the same transaction. It doesn't make sense to fetch it again. And previous log does fetch like it. This is expensive, so we might pull this forward. Oh, and we should check whether it's a success code actually only. It's a bit stupid that we're doing code checks here instead of having a different flag, but again, historic reasons. So if it's a successful access result, because failures also go through this path. We need to check. We get the previous log. Oh no. We don't have session here. We have transaction. It's called TRX here, but we're gonna, like, that's fine. This code change is not fun. It's really not fun. Finish access result. Where do we get? Where's our log access? Yeah. Okay, member ID is easy to get from. Do we change this at some point? Is this something we retroactively put in? Nope. Okay. Session. Where do we get session from? Oh, it's message current session. Okay, let's pull this out. Okay, so far so good. If we have a previous log, and actually, wait, what are we doing here? This is just, I think this is just for check-ins, right? Yeah, we don't care about this. Okay, so we need to check again. This is, we saw this somewhere here. Where was it? Not here. Check-ins make everything more complicated. Yeah, so basically, oh, and this, see, this is so nice nowadays. I love this operator. But it didn't exist when I wrote this code. Then we have an existing session, we're fine. Otherwise, this is kind of superfluous, but okay. Now we need to do the following. We need to create a log entry, change the access result to the thing we expected, which was, where is it? There. So we said, if we need to provision, we're gonna return a waiting for supervisor with the duration that's gonna be whatever, 60 seconds for now, but that's changeable. Also, we shouldn't duplicate this. It's relevant for this test. Okay. Okay. So what are we doing? We're creating a new log entry. It's waiting for supervisor. Basically, we have to create this one. How is this done? Normally, resource, the key type, yeah, why not? Let's keep that. Member created that is correct. The now, we don't forward, so this is new date. And the type is waiting for supervisor. And that's pretty much it. And then we do That seems reasonable. Okay, and that means we can just fold, we could fold this in. Whatever, good enough. And if the supervision fails, now this is another complication, because as if this wasn't complicated enough. If the supervision fails, we're not stopping the old session. So if someone wants to take over, like this is another one of these 5 bazillion things we need to consider. Someone might be using the machine. You want to take over without turning off the machine. So they're still running and you swipe your card and then it says supervision required. If this supervision fails for some reason, the machine should keep running with the old user's session. So we're not killing their session, we're not stopping the old session, we don't mark it as ended until supervision has completed. So in this case, we have a previous log and normally the previous log gets closed. We don't want this in this case. We want to return a new access result now and it should not close the old log. I think this will work here, but this is another thing we need to test because we don't have enough shit to test. Test existing session plus take over with whatever, QR code PR, doesn't matter. Plus failed takeover. I'm already exhausted. But it's been 4 hours with almost no breaks, so. Okay, so we create a log entry. This is for the supervision. And then we have to return a new access result, or we have to modify this access result. What are we doing here? Are we ever returning new ones, or do we just assign over this one? Looks like we just modify this one. Okay. So we're gonna say return. Oh no. We said this one still needs to happen. No, authorization check is fine. We need to check. Okay, we only do authorization check here. Who updates the command? Because we need to notify, yeah, down here. This is gonna be so much fun. We don't want to complete here. Oh, I'm frustrated. I'm frustrated by this feature because it's so much. There's so much needs to change, and it's such a big change for such a small set of customers. Like it makes everything more complicated again, and there's gonna be like a handful of customers who use that. These are exactly the kind of features you don't want to add, but. So we already have added update command instead of complete command, which is already one thing we added. Yeah. Doop-de-doo. We'll have to say if something that we need to update instead of finish. Oh, fuck. Okay. If we're waiting for your supervisor, then We recommend coding some function of JavaScript in the same HTML file in a script if we're doing it in a separate job. Depends. Depends. How big is your function? How much else are you doing in the HTML file? Do you need it in other places, etc., etc.? Also, super off topic. Okay, so this updates the existing command. That's good. We create a log. Now we need to extend. I think we even have a function to extend up. No, we just do a sign. Okay. What did we say we expect? Expect a type of waiting for supervisor. Yeah, but that's not the access result. I have a strong urge to stop working on this feature, to be honest. So we want access action singular. Or is it plural? No. What's type? This is where a good type system actually would be really useful for something like the access result, which is used in 10,000 different variants. Yeah, no, type stays null. Access action is waiting for supervisor. This should pass through nicely, yes. The session ID needs to be added. What else do we need? I think the rest is fine. Okay, let's see. Let's do this the proper way and get sad. Oh yeah, our test setup is still wrong. So we created a resource. Oh, we need the training course actually before we create the resource fork. Okay, whatever. Boom. So actually we can... Yeah, why not? So the training course is going to be... this. So we need the training course first. And then here we say values require supervision. True and supervision training, I think, is okay. So now our test setup is at least correct. And we're not using the supervision training that we gave that member, which is fine. We actually don't need that. I think we can skip it. Okay, we have an only here, which means our tests are gonna blow up. What happened? Supervision training is not allowed. What? Resource API post resources requires supervision course. Okay, my bad. Okay, I made the font big for you guys. Oh, by the way, the font in here is quite small. No one complained. That's interesting. Maybe no one watched what I was typing. Let's make it bigger. So we have a 403 forbidden. That's not good. What kind of forbidden? Now sad. It's somewhere in the setup code. Something in the setup code blew up. and I don't have a proper error for that. Okay. And I don't even get a line. Oh, I get a line number. Member fixture 303. But that's not great. Like, we get a member fixture error, but we don't see where it happened. Not good. I assume this is a create member. No, this is set device. Ah, okay. Set device. Why is this failing? Oh, yeah, because this one is not set. Okay, we're getting somewhere. Missing session. Oh, I forgot to start a session. Yeah, that's fine. We can actually here just do this. We don't need to have a separate request. It's just bam, 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 just to make things faster. Because we, no, you know what? Over here, we're just going to create, oh, we have a session. So why are you complaining? We have a session. Where is it complaining? Missing session for not checking resource. This is what blows this one up. Yeah, and here you see kind of the error thing I mentioned. I expect an object with status code 201 and an object with and the result should be an object with ID number. This is the kind of output our assertion library gives us. But we get status code was 500, result ID was undefined because we were saying we want result with an ID. And then you get the full output of the whole thing in case there's something you care about. In this case, it's an internal server error, so we don't get very much information, but you see what I'm saying. And this is in 117. Oh, and Q switch on command. From 310. Okay, so over here it complains that we don't have a session for this bridge simulator. I guess. Missing session for non-check-in resource. Oh, yeah, that's my new code, I'm afraid. 956614. Yup, this one. Because I added it and added a to-do and forgot that we have this. Okay, let's ignore this for now. Obviously, this blows up. We just want to get through the first tests. Memory is not defined. 1143. It's another one. Yeah, same. This is not the right place. We said this is not the right place. So we have lots of semi-implemented stuff. Okay, returns the first command. So we get through the first two tests. Returns waiting for supervisor. And we expected this one, but we got a message of John Doe. Access session was a message. Okay, so we got the message of John Doe. That's not good. Okay, so we do the wrong thing. Fine, it's fine. We're gonna get there. But we're getting somewhere, like we're making progress. So the problem is we don't set the max duration. I forgot that. Which should be up here. And it should be the timeout for the, but we don't have that defined yet. I have it in the firmware. And we don't need it there anymore, so we can keep the firmware project open for now. Let's define it up here just for now. This is probably something you want to have as a parameter, but I don't care right now. Const, what do we call it? That's why I opened this one. What did we call this? There should be some, let's just look at the changes. Where's the firmware? Firmware. Somewhere around here. Settings. Nope. Constants. Waiting for supervision timeout seconds. Okay. That's good enough for us. And that's what we're going to send up here as the max duration. It's probably not going to solve our problem, but let's see what the tests say. Okay, we still get an accession of message. So someone stomps over this one down here. So we have a command ID. Yes. It's not an authorization check, so this doesn't apply. We have a 200. We don't have a type. And the control type is not no key. Nope. So who thinks it's okay? You know what? This is complicated enough that I want to debug this. So we're gonna do inspect break tests, or is it tests IB? I can't remember. Can't remember. Tests, yeah, it's a suffix. Okay, this should work. If I now run the tests, they should, yeah, perfect. So we're gonna open this one. Inspect here makes sense. I have the problem that I forgot to set a breakpoint, so we want access system. We don't have access system yet. Okay, let's let this run once. Oh, how convenient. I have a breakpoint almost in the right place by accident. Okay, so we have something that requires supervision. We get the member, we get the previous log. We don't have a previous log. Yes. So we set all this. We create a new log. We do this. And now if you look at access result, where is it? Access result. Waiting for supervision, 200, command type remote access, key remote access, max duration 60. This looks all fine. Messages needs to be stomped. We need to stomp over messages. Actually. Okay, but who modifies this? I wish I could set a data breakpoint in JavaScript, but that's not a thing, right? Or does someone know? Is there something like a data breakpoint in JavaScript? As far as I know, there isn't, but maybe someone, maybe there is nowadays. Okay, so we do log access. Access result is still waiting for supervision. You are stomping over my session ID, you naughty bastard, aren't you? We currently have a session ID of 221774. And here, this log is gonna stomp over it, right? Yes, 221775. Oh no. Okay, so this needs to be changed. What are you? We have to remote. Yeah. Okay. can redefine the proper set to get that and set a breakpoint. That's actually, yeah, true. We could do that. It's not something you can do in the, like, yes. But would you do that, like, can I do it in a debugger easily? Of course, like, I would have to go here, like, you mean something like this, right? Object, is it object assign? I can't remember. Define property. Blah. And then, you mean like this, right? And then I say log dot something. Yeah. No, I don't need, that's the thing, Dimitri. You don't need to change the sources. You can do this on the fly in here. I forgot the syntax for define property for getters and setters, but you could do the following. Where's the getter setter syntax? I can't remember, but it's a bit of a pain. You know what I mean. But that's actually not a bad trick. Where would I do this? Where do I define setters? Instead of having to click through every defined property I do. I think here. No, this is just getters. I think you just give it get set, right? So you could say object define property. What's the args? Yeah. Log. Like if you want to know, if you want to do access result, okay? I could say access result. And then I'm going to say who sets the, what was it? Access action. Let's try this. Access action. And then I would say get is return whatever the current value is. Waiting supervisor. I would have to be like, the problem is I'm stomping over the actual values, so I can't really, but whatever, it's good enough for now. And set is and here I could say breakpoint, and then yeah, something like whatever. You get the idea. Access result. Let's try that. So I'm gonna say access result, access action. Let's try this. Is access result access action. So we're gonna save the old value in a intermediate. Then we're gonna say return this dot access action, and here we're gonna say this dot access action is blah, and that should give us a data breakpoint. It's debugger. Sorry. Thank you. Boom. And now, if we just continue, we should hit that. Whoever does it. Because someone does it at some point. We know that. So here we do the update. Oh no. We're so slow that we hit a timeout. Can that be? It seems unlikely. Seems like something else that was not good. But we give it a transaction. Ah, damn. Now we would have to repeat that. But we already found a bug, so we're going to fix that first. But it's an interesting idea to, like, it's, of course, it's a very poor man's data breakpoint, the thing we're doing. But it's if you're in the bind, I might do that. Okay, So the problem was, we have a log here. We create a new log, we assign it, and then down here, we fetch the currently active log and just stomp over it. Do we want to do this later, maybe? I'll think about this. I'll be back in a couple of minutes. Okay. The thing is, it's pretty late by now. I'm getting hungry. Like, I haven't had much to eat yet. So I don't think we're gonna plow through the whole thing. I want to get this one thing going. Like, I want to get the test where we're waiting for supervisor. I want that one green. Maybe I can still, like, I'm not gonna, let's say, let's give it 10 more minutes or 15 more minutes before I stop. So this one, we might want to move that check down a bit. Because actually the authorization check stuff should happen first. We definitely want to do it before Nuki, so here. Now the question is, how do we prevent, like, what do we do about this? If we have created a new log, this should still close. No, like, we've done previous log. Like, the previous thing got closed. I I think we want to skip log access. And this one. And this one. And this one. So maybe it's time to branch here and say let log blah. Yeah, I thought about just checking where the session ID is set, but that feels like it's gonna cause trouble down the road. So we're gonna do something else. If not log. All of this should go away. Okay. Okay, let's run this once more in the debugger. And hit our breakpoint, hopefully. We didn't. That's a shame. Let's do it in here. Come on. There we are. Okay. And let's do, like, once we've stepped through here, we're gonna do our fancy data breakpoint. Boom. Also, I could make this font bigger for you guys a bit. So in case you haven't seen it before, like, this is our poor man's data breakpoint in JavaScript that we're gonna give a try. We haven't tried this before. We'll see. If I just say run now, we should hit this, right? Nothing happened. Absolutely nothing happened. Oh, because you hit the 10-second timeout of the test. Awesome. Let's try it again. Let's try that again, please. Hello. Thank you. Continue. Step. Data breakpoint. Continue. Nothing. Who says access action message without notifying us? I mean, I know something that still would prevent us from getting the right result, which is over here, but it doesn't explain why we get message. Because this one would have to say, oh, yeah. One more thing we need to modify, of course, how we write the data. So if we have a new access action, I think we called it waiting for supervisor, right? But this is the kind of thing where I want to copy paste because my typing is bad enough that I don't want to mess this up because I mistyped it. Okay, so we want waiting for supervisor here. That's number one. So the bridge sends the right code. And then we need to change the bridge simulator to decode it correctly, which is the opposite order. Okay. but that doesn't change our test. Am I right? Why is this? This is so bad. Okay, this showed some. We forgot to add the type. Oh yeah, the log. Sure. This is such a big change. We have an output verification for logs. Let's see, where do we have this one? Loginums. Nope, waiting for supervisor. And that means we also need, sorry, the reason is gonna, loginums reasons, valid reasons are, no soup. Oh, maybe I added this already. No. And we have to keep this in mind. So let's do this right now before I forget it. Bam. Of course, in the member app, it needs to be internationalized. One more thing to worry about. Okay, this feature is crazy. Like, it's so much bigger than I thought, even after thinking about it for a while. It's bonkers. But that means we did the log. We got to the point where we logged this. Otherwise, we wouldn't have had. Device information is stale. This is a great log message. Okay. Okay, we continue. Supervisor is not allowed. Okay. Yeah, this is now all the problem because we fetch the logs and we have, for backwards compatibility reasons, we verify the things we send as a log record. And so oh, we need you to allow to has more things to do. God, I hate this. Let's only allow int here for now. And add a to do. Where's the resolve? To do. Allow. Resolve the supervisor. If we do, we need to change this. So let's do this here as well. Okay, where are we getting? Let's stop this debug break stuff because it makes just looking at the tests slower. This looks good. Returns waiting for supervisor. By the way, did I mention that I love my assertion library? So if you look at this test, of course you need to get used a bit to reading to it, but we expected an array that contains an object with these properties, okay? But item 0 stopped at was this. So we expected stopped at to be null, and it gave us, well, everything was right. So we got an array that contained an object, otherwise the error would be different. But the first object, the ID was correct, the type was correct. The only bug was, like, the only thing that was not right about this assertion is that the stopped at was set. So this is something we now need to look into. This is probably because we auto close everything except a handful of logs. Almost certainly. If we look here in create log, we don't know yet about okay, this isn't the log. Log.js. Can't find it. Resources. What? Why can't I find this freaking... Something's fishy. Where is this? There we are. Do we have this here somewhere? Some auto closing? Nope. Who closes our log? I guess we need a breakpoint again. Frustrating. It's still faster. Like we could, instead of running the tests all the time, which has the drawback of like, it's not a single debug session you can step through. It's like you have to run the tests, wait for the tests to start running, then inspect. And you have the timeout of the tests, blah, blah, blah. It's all more annoying. The other option would be to test this manually and just do the requests manually. And then you have a long-lived session where you can step, whatever. It's a minor detail. Problem is, setting up this, it requires supervision and doing the thing via the QR code. It's so cumbersome. Like it would change our turnaround time to a big multiple of what we have right now. So it's, yeah, we'll keep it as it is. So the log we have currently has no stop that. It does have a stop that. What? Why? This one creates it with the stop that. That's fishy. Let me see that again. Come on. It's strange that it says this information is stale, but doesn't give you an option to update or auto. I've never seen that before. Okay. Yeah, there's an assertion library similar to that called Stubborn. Yes, but I haven't worked on Stubborn for ages because I haven't needed it. So Stubborn was supposed to be Hamjest for Jai. It was just harder at that point because I was worse at Jai and it didn't have all the things it has right now. I think nowadays I would retry doing Stubborn with the knowledge of Jai that I have now, which might make it quite different. But yeah, I haven't used it in a while. I have some tests written in Stubborn for some libraries I maintain, but I haven't, like, the number of tests I've written with Stubborn is, I don't know, a handful. Okay, so log. Log values has no stop that. So who on earth thinks they can just interpret stop that? How do I find this even? Too many things are happening by magic, in case you haven't seen. Like the things we're chasing down now, it's not the kind of things you want to chase down. Resource log MJS. So this is not what's happening. This is not what's happening. This is where it's happening. This is the place I was searching for. Okay, that's what I thought. So we auto close. If it's not something that is allowed to be open, we auto close it. And so this needs the new thing, waiting for supervisor. Okay, and this will fix that problem. I'm certain. I'm hungry by now, guys. If we can get this, if we fix this problem, I'm having lunch. Okay, we went way further. You can see, like this was the test we had before. Now we're down here. So we return the right thing. We fail for wrong command ID. We mark the command as failed if the nonce is wrong. Okay, cancels the waiting for supervisor entry if the bridge sends a stop. Yes, that's the next thing we need to implement. But I'm happy. We made progress. Holy cow. I thought this is going to be okay. Let's take 2-3 more hours to implement this. And now it's like, how long have we been streaming? 5 hours, and we're not even close to having implemented this. Not even close. Like, there's so many things on the happy path we need to implement. Then we need to touch the firmware and modify how it works. Then we need to modify the QR code page to handle all the cases. There's so much to do. Hey, Y Software. We're working on Fabman. We're implementing the supervision feature in Fabman, which I thought is going to be something not that big that's already well planned, and then you implement it and like, nope, this is much bigger than we were hoping. Anyways, okay, I need a break, guys. It's been 5 hours. I'm not, like, my streaming muscles have atrophied. So it's way more exhausting to me than it was for a long time when I was streaming regularly. So let's see. Who's deserving a raid? Jackie Coates still. Yeah, I remember her. I remember Togglebit. Oh, he's doing game dev now. He was working on his TUI for a while, right? Who else is here? Co-working project, nope. Who's doing interesting stuff? Otherwise, I might just rate Togglebit but maybe we want to rate someone smaller. We have another guy from Vienna, but he's doing Unity. Mad Chirpy. Who's Mad Chirpy? Point and click dev in Unity. It must be in there somewhere. Yeah, somewhere. So we have to pick between Godot, Unity, or Rust. Tough choice. I mean, we've been doing JavaScript, so what shall I say? This does not look like a VTuber, but I'm not gonna complain. Who's T2 side? SD. Risk, he does some risk stuff. Why is LLM here? You know what? No, I'm sorry. I'm too hungry. I'm overthinking this. We're gonna do the simple thing. I'm just gonna rate someone. Let's pick Togglebit. Why not? Let's pick Togglebit. He's at least, I know that his streams are at least like nice to listen to, even though it's Rust. So we're gonna say raid. What happened here? Oh god, they changed the raid view. Let's see, can I rate from here? Yes, okay. Good, I managed to click through the Twitch UI to start a raid. Thank you guys. Have fun. See you soon. Bye.